This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing a personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welt and Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welt and Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welt and Rheaume can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welt and Rheaume can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys?
Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmith. In South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Slomin Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Slomin Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Slomin Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning. Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all are doing well. Yes, we are back on a beautiful Wednesday morning. Unfortunately, we are dealing with some issues throughout Florida. Right now, it's not too bad here in South Florida, at least where I'm at. But I know that our friends in the West Coast are about to get into an ugly, ugly situation. So let's hope for the best for everybody in the state of Florida, because obviously the storm is going to go north too. So it's going to affect a lot of people. So stay safe out there. Wherever you're at in the Florida area. For the rest of you anywhere else in the world that are watching, listening, downloading to the program, thank you for hanging in there with us, and thank you for keeping it locked on a Wednesday here, September 28th. Sean Stanley mastering the program. We get ready for the Red Recover Inside the Paint show at the top of the hour with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. So good thing is, we were at Heat Camp earlier this week. Just actually 2 days ago, Sean and I were at Heat Camp and Chad. And so we had a good time out there at Heat Camp on Monday. And it's good because now it's actually, we get to training camp and we get to the preseason and we start getting to games finally. We get to see this team because I'm really excited to watch this Heat team. I know it's not considered a contender, but what I love about the Heat organization is that you underestimate them all the time, and then they always surprise you. They do things like with Jimmy Butler and almost get to the conference finals and to the finals, So you're there, you're right there, the bubble, you get to the finals. You got a bunch of journeymen and you go 31-10 and almost sneak into the playoffs, and it's kind of been one of those things. So that's what I'm excited about with this Heat season. Will this be another one of those Heat seasons? Oladipo finds his all-star form and really becomes another piece to the addition that they needed. You know what I mean? Because Oladipo hasn't been that yet. He's had some flashes. He's had some nice little moments, but he has yet to string together a couple of great months, much less an entire season. See what I'm saying? But what if it does happen? What if he's now physically ready for it? And we know athletically he can do it. But what if he does that? And then Caleb, how much more does he improve? How much more does Tyler improve? How much more does Bam improve? How much more do all the other guys? And that's, from Gabe Vincent, you name it. And that's the beauty of the Heat organization. Because while they're a playoff team, they're one of the better teams in the Eastern Conference, how much better can they get? And so I'm looking forward to this season because the regular season, actually it's ended up becoming it's ended up meaning more in the last couple of years now than it used to, because it seems like there's a little bit more, let's say, parity spread out throughout the conference. And so now, every game will be a little bit more important like it was last year, and we'll see. I'm looking forward to it. So I'm glad that the Heat season is starting, and it's good for Ira and Kurt because they're going to have a lot of tangible things to talk about now. So that they didn't have that throughout the offseason. It's just talking about the offseason, man. Really, this was the worst NBA offseason in a while. It didn't have nearly the drama that other off seasons have had in the past. So that's the other thing that has kind of affected a little bit there. Let's see. I see Nizzle was in first today, and Luzon in. Adam Sadowski is in. Tony Thompson in. Fins Up. Winsy in. Bip Bop 66. Robert Triana. He says, I'm in Naples and everything is okay so far. Hang in there, Robert. It's coming, unfortunately. It's a Cat 4 right now, man. It's scary. Steven Gonzalez says, good morning, everybody. Hopefully everyone is safe. This storm is no joke. Cat 4, almost 5. My prayers goes out to Tampa and everybody on the West Coast. Actually, Naples and those areas are going to get walloped even worse than Tampa. Tampa's going to get a lot too, but it's coming right for Naples. And that's, man. I'm directly east of Naples, practically, because we're so far west, and we're, I would say Naples is probably 20 miles north of me, but to the west, where we're at. So we're out west. We're actually a little closer to the edges of the storm. And I'm actually surprised that it's really calm right now. I'm actually shocked, but we'll see. Hopefully it'll all get done. All right, what else do we have here? Robert Halliday, John Anthony Pendas, Tuanon is in. He says, stay safe down there. Jay Gelfin in. Happy hump day. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Coke Dog 305. Good morning, Coke Dog. I'm in Miami Gardens and it's flooded. Wow. Look at that. And he's a little north, but he's also west, also on the county. Yes, sir. What do we got? What are you poking in on? I don't know. What are you doing to me? What do we got? You say, what are you telling me, Sean? I don't know what you're telling me. By the way, did you guys see the Marlins? Before we go to the fellas, and this is pretty sad. I tweeted this out. The Marlins are actually, oh, really? Sean says he's flooded too, and he's close. He's out west also, Miami Gardens. So he's flooded too. This sucks. Look at the Marlins. So they are calling out all Mets fans for the Braves series. That's pretty pathetic. That there's like no excuse for that. But that happens because you're a bad franchise and this is how you do things. Sad. Really. It's embarrassing. You can't get enough Marlins fans because you don't build a team that people want to go see. I mean, you don't buy a team if you don't have enough money. But I guess also if you're a scammer like Jeffrey Loria, you ended up winning because you didn't have any money and you walked away with $1 billion. I mean, that is the biggest scam artist. I mean, he makes Brett Favre look like a minor leaguer. Bruce Sherman, dude. Sell the team, my brother. Sell the team. You don't have the money. You just don't have the money. You can't build a winner. You gotta reach out to Mets fans. That's absolutely pathetic. It really is. I can't believe that. But anyway, that's what you get. Rosendo says, good morning, Big O Nation. Creator God, we ask you to calm the winds and the waves of the approaching hurricane and spare those in the path of harm. Help those who are in the way to reach safety. Amen. Amen. And if our friends out there on the West Coast, man, prayers to all of you out there starting up in Naples and going north. I know that this is not going to be pretty. I think I heard something in the neighborhood of 16 foot. What's that called? Storm surge in Naples. 16 foot is what they're expecting. That is devastating, I just prayers for everybody, man. I hope everybody is safe. And that's it. Anthony's asking, did you finish Cobra Kai season 5? No, sir. I have probably no intentions on finishing it. After the third episode, it's cheesy as hell, bro. I have very little inspiration to finish it, to be quite honest. I really enjoyed Cobra Kai. I did, up until this point. But this happens with a lot of TV shows. They get to a point where they jump the shark, and you can't do anything about it, you know? I loved Lost until it just got to a point where we have polar bears now on the island, you know? Like, it just got to a point where, the island's disappearing now? I'm out of here, you know? It happens with TV shows all the time. They just run out of gas. And then they run out of ideas. And they run, and the story just runs its course. And Cobra Kai, in my eyes, ran its course. Okay. God bless those of you that enjoyed it and want to finish it. That's fine. But after episode 3 of season 5, I was like, this is cheesy of all cheesy. I'm out. I'm out. All right. Let's bring the boys aboard as we get ready for the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. Any of you two watch Cobra Kai at all? You guys watch it? No?
I have not.
You know what? I've heard all the talk, Big O, but you know what? We're such a sports house that it's very hard to stream any long ongoing series because there's always a game on.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. It jumped the shark here in season 5. So I was just like, which happens to a lot of TV shows. I was just talking about that eventually your TV show will run out of, ideas and freshness and all that. And you're like, okay, we're done here. I'm off the train at this point. Guys, you're now off the off-season train. You now will have tangible things to talk about, which is actually a good thing. And before you guys came on, Ira, the Heat is they are the Jack-in-the-Box team because you put them in a box and then they surprise you with something else. And whether it's journeymen going 31-10, whether it's the Bubble Boys going to the finals, whether last year nobody had the Heat one shot away from the finals and they were one shot away from the finals. And that's one thing that we constantly do to the Heat. Okay, yeah, they're going to be good. And then they end up becoming better than what you think. And so while they didn't make the big splashes in free agency, there is a lot of potential to improve from within. And so that's where I'm intrigued with this Heat season. How do they surprise me?
You know what? It's interesting, Big O. I was listening to your warm-up to our show today, and you were talking about how, I think your phrase was, even though the Heat are not a contender. I don't buy that. I think the Heat are a contender. The Heat are always a contender. You don't know until you know. And I don't think this year, with the craziness in Boston, with the unknown in Brooklyn, with James Harden being a terrible playoff player, with Milwaukee losing its stride a little bit last season, there's not another team in the East that you could say right now, Ira, oh my God, how are they going to catch that team? And a matter of fact, I'll pitch this as a softball setup to Kurt for when we hit our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. I want to see if Kurt thinks there is a definitive East leader. In other words, I believe in the West until the Warriors are dethroned when healthy, they are the it team. As long as Clay and Draymond and Steph are out there, you all in the West are chasing the Warriors. Maybe we all in the league are chasing the Warriors.
Yes.
But I have to fire. I'll let you go real quick here, Big O, and then I'll talk to Kurt about this on our show. Why would you think the Heat are not a contender for this reason? Who to you is the
championship? Team? I'm just saying you're not looking at them as, when you think championship, you might not be saying the Miami Heat right away.
But you know what? You get there, you get a puncher's chance.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. And by the way, what do you know about Boston? There's going to be more. Is Udoka sleeping with other wives too?
See that's the kind of thing you have to wait for the after show on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. We will set it up. And because Big O just did that in our lead-in, Kurt, we've got to come up with a bombshell to drop on Big O. So we'll do that on the way out. We'll come up with some Heat-related thing that'll leave Big O squirming. So, folks, not only stay tuned for redrecover.com Inside the Paint, But watch for our outro at the end as well.
That's right. Get ready for a hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk. It is the redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
I'm Ira Winderman, South Florida Sun Sentinel. He over there is Kurt Heelan, very early in the morning, 6 a.m. on the West Coast in Los Angeles from NBCSports.com and Pro Basketball Talk. First of all, stay safe today, folks. The fortunate part is there is a podcast, so if you're missing this live, Big O will have it posted on all the Big O Show podcast outlets, so you can get caught up with us a little bit later. Safety first. But if you want a little entertainment, a little respite from the wind, from the flooding, and from the rain, Kurt and I are here to do that for the next hour on our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. Kurt, this is the first time I've spoken to you since it got real. To me, I always call this the kumbaya part of the NBA season. Yes. Everything is great. Everyone loves their teammates. Everyone's in a great situation. So I'm going to throw it to you because you follow the entire league. Should we believe everything, Kurt? Should we believe nothing?
First off, I'm mildly disappointed that you don't have Jimmy Butler's hair. Like I thought you were going to have a new hairstyle for the
Kurt, what I learned is this,
Inside the Paint this week.
In order to have extensions, you have to have something to tie it to. So right there, that's where I got in trouble. And I think you can relate, but go ahead, my friend.
Yes, I can. No, I look, nothing before everything. I mean, it's not, look, there are some things that are real. Zion walks in the room, you're like, hey, man, he's lost weight. Like some things are, now what that means, we'll see. Like there are some things that are real, but by and large, this is, I mean, I'll use the example for where I was on media day. I went to the Lakers media day and dude, everything's fine. I don't know why anybody thinks there's a problem. They're all going to get along great. Like that's just how media day is. So I'm much more of the belief that you take little to nothing out of media day than too much.
Yeah, I mean, look, down here, I'm in the Bahamas right now at the Heat, in Nassau at the Baha Mar Resort. The Heat we have a power forward. We just haven't decided who it is. We know our lineup. We'll let you know at a later date. You have that here.
Yeah.
I saw your press conferences. Russell Westbrook loves the Lakers, expects to be there the entire season.
Yes.
Rob Pelinka loves him. Darvin Ham loves him, and that's going to go on. Go out to Indiana. Myles Turner, I am not talking about trades anymore the rest of the season.
Yes.
This is the last I talk about it until I talk about it.
Yeah.
How long does this last, Kurt? Is this a 1 week phenomenon? Is this, hey, the games don't matter in the preseason, so everyone can be happy, the minutes don't matter, no one wants to play anyway? When does the second degree of churn, do you think, start when we can get a much better read on who and what and where actually will happen this season?
It kind of depends on the team a little bit because some teams you're going to get a couple weeks into the season before you're like, I'm not sold on this, where I think there are a few teams where we're pretty quickly going to be, I don't know if we'll get completely out of the preseason with one or two teams, maybe Indiana before. Yeah, if Myles Turner doesn't think his true name is coming up in a trade discussion in the next 3 weeks, I think that there's some teams that it's not going to last very long. The Lakers, by the way, I think are one of them because are they starting Russell Westbrook or are they starting, either Kendrick Nunn or Dennis Schroeder when he shows up? Some of these teams, this feeling doesn't last more than a week and a half. And some teams, it kind of carries for a while. Like if you're a decent team, if you're the Warriors and you do have some questions, yeah, I got some questions, but they're going to be a good space. They're going to be a good space through Christmas. Like adversity will hit them at some point, but
right.
Yeah, when?
And we will be breaking down much more of the Heat stuff as we get later in the show. I've been over at the Grand Ballroom here at their ballroom courts. I don't know what's going on, but you know what? The Heat are such a sort of comeback team. They don't need that kind of training camp venue where they can be hard at it in 2 days anyway. We'll get to the Heat in a while. I want to go back to something in our crosstalk before our show started. I was sort of chiding Big O a little bit. He was talking about how the Heat, while they're not a contender, and then he went into reasons why they might be, Kurt and I were talking about that we both seem to agree there's a front runner in the West, clearly, the Warriors, as long as they have Draymond and Clay and Steph and hey, now maybe even Wiggins, and we'll see if Wiseman comes back. Everyone has the target. How do we beat the Warriors? And I asked Kurt this in our pre-show, and I gave him about the last 5 minutes or so to think about it, which in our business is a long time. Kurt, is there a target team in the East? In other words, if you are the Heat or another team and saying, hey, in order to get to the top, we have to be Team X. In order to be Team X, we have to take Plan A. Who to you, or is there that target team atop the Eastern Conference?
Not in a Warrior sense, not in a this team we know is going to be there at the end providing health. Like that, I don't think that, but I will say this. I personally, about 2 weeks ago, had two teams half a step ahead. You were going to have to catch Boston, Milwaukee. I don't feel that way about Boston right now for obvious reasons. I still think Milwaukee's a challenge just because they bring back continuity. They have depth. You know, we know Chris Middleton, and they have the best player on the planet in Giannis Antetokounmpo. So I think they're as close to a target as there is in the East. But they're, as you mentioned in the pre-show, you know, they had issues last year. This is not the 2017 Warriors with Kevin Durant, right? Like this is not some untouchable juggernaut. This is a beatable team, but I think they're the target now in the East.
Well, mark this down, 9:07 a.m. I agree with Kurt Heelan. I think the Bucks are the clear favorites in the East, and almost by process of elimination.
Yeah.
Even before the Ime Udoka stuff, of which we still don't know what the hell went on, but it had to be pretty damn bad to be in this situation of suspended for the season. You had that Robert Williams injury. And you can talk about valuable Celtics, and clearly Jason Tatum is their best player, and Jaylen Brown is an engine to that team, and Marcus Smart is the heart of that team. But Robert Williams, when he was playing well, the Celtics were at their best. He's the defensive anchor, which is sort of odd to say when you have the defensive player of the year in Marcus Smart. So you have that knee issue that has lingered now for almost 9 months. So that's real. That's why I knocked them down a peg. I mentioned in our pre-show, I will not trust the 76ers until they can get out of the second round of the Eastern Conference playoffs, which they never have with their recent incarnation, and whether I could learn to trust James Harden. So you have the questions there. The net stuff, and we'll get to this, Kyrie's still Kyrie, and I'm not sure I would ever trust that guy again. And now they're almost relying on Markieff Morris for minutes at center, which shows you how their depth sort of is upside down there also. The Heat don't have a power forward. We don't know who the third wing in the starting lineup is. But the Bucks with Giannis and his versatility, and especially against the Heat with that kind of height and size, that you have to match up with Brook Lopez, you have to match up with Giannis, plus they have the Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton factor. Yeah, I would put Milwaukee at the head of the class right now. I mean, last year, you know, there was a bit of an outlier. The Middleton injury in the playoffs, the Lopez injury during the regular season, that changed things a little bit. So when we bring it back home, Kurt, and when we talk here down in South Florida, me out in the Bahamas right now, about the Miami Heat, should the Miami Heat feel good about where they stand? Should the Miami Heat be concerned because 2/5 of their starting lineup is not determined? Or is this typically the Miami Heat? They will always good enough to be there, and we won't know until we know.
I think more the latter. Like I think that I don't want to say you don't have questions about this team, because obviously there are questions. You just mentioned two-fifths of the starting lineup is somewhat in flux, particularly the four. I think that's the question that will linger into the season until it's answered either internally by Caleb Martin or somebody, or externally with a deal. And that said, you look at the rest of this conference, excuse me, the rest of this conference.
Yeah, the conference has me choked up also. I totally agree.
Yeah, exactly. They are absolutely in the mix. They are absolutely in that top 5. And I'm calling it a 5 with Brooklyn because maybe, like, I don't know. I don't really trust, but I don't trust Brooklyn completely. I don't know that they've got enough defense. And after last year, I don't trust teams that don't have a lot of will and fight in them, right? Like teams that you can and they didn't last year. When things got hard, they kind of didn't fight back. It's the thing I think it keeps me from liking the Lakers more. Like they're not going to, you could, Patrick Beverley literally said at the press conference, like, yeah, I wasn't worried about beating them last year because and he thought he could change that. Prove it to me. I think that any team like that, the Miami Heat are the opposite, right? That even though I've got questions at the 4 and some rotation and where stuff's completely going to fit, they're going to make it work. They are going to have will. They are going to have fight every night. They're going to win enough regular season games to put themselves in position. And then you get playoff Jimmy and this thing comes together and they're going to defend. And they are absolutely in the contender mix.
And by the way, if you're with us in our YouTube chat board, I'm keeping an eye on the comments there. I'm not addressing any Nia Long questions right now, but I do appreciate you for chiming in. I think that was C. Dalla at the start of the show here. Any basketball questions, those I will throw at Kurt.
Yeah.
Kurt, usually you and I are talking about how this time of year is everyone who wants to see what they have. They trust their roster. They love the roster. Yeah. Quote, unquote, we have enough. I get all that. We saw an interesting move yesterday by the Atlanta Hawks. This year, right now, if you avoid the luxury tax, teams are scheduled as of now to get about a $17 million payment per team for those who are not in the tax. That'll go down as more teams get under the tax. Atlanta just did that yesterday by getting under the tax with old Heat favorite, a Blazers favorite, and Clippers favorite Mo Harkless shipped off to Oklahoma City, who probably will wind up cutting him. They have too many contracts anyway, but they had the cap space to take him in. Atlanta gets under, they'll get their money, at least right now, depending on incentives for Clint Capella. Do you think this year, Kurt, because of the luxury tax avoidance, which is a big thing, because there's a big payoff there, because of so many unsettled roster spots, that we might see more early season dealing? I don't think anyone would be surprised if, say, a Russell Westbrook is traded as a contract over the next 2 or 3 weeks. Do you think that might be a little bit more flux, especially because it was such a slow offseason?
Yeah, I mean, usually there's like one in the preseason, and it's more like the Mo Harkless move, right? It's more, hey, let's get under the tax and make that move. And in their case, by the way, a guy who's not really a key part of their rotation, like they didn't really give up anything. I think you are, though, and I think it's less Westbrook. I just think that with Crowder out there, and obviously we've discussed him in past weeks. Go back to the former podcast for the Red Recover Inside the Paint show. We have talked about Crowder ad nauseum, but he is going to get moved at some point. I don't know if that's not going to be into the season because there's just not a deal that they like. But you mentioned Turner, and obviously Buddy Hield is still there in Indiana. I think there's more guys likely to be moved, and I think somebody's going to go into the season. We talked about how long the kumbaya phase lasts. Some team's going to get to a week to go before the season and go, yeah, we're not there. Right? Somebody's going to internally come to the realization of where they are and start and get more serious about one of those trades. And I think that's what Indiana and Phoenix and a couple other teams are banking on.
And I think what's interesting there is there are some teams also that can't afford to be good. You have Utah, for example. They're collecting pieces because they're also collecting picks. And my thought is, what if Kelly Olynyk actually dares contribute, actually does something, makes some threes, does his dipsy doodle inside game, and they accidentally win a game? To me, Kurt, it all starts with Utah. They've got to get off talent. They got off Bogdanovich. He's not going to help them win. Yay. That brings them closer to the number 1 lottery pick they're looking for. But they still have Conley there. They still have Jared Vanderbilt. Now they have Kelly Olynyk, who they can flip as a single trade.
Jordan Clarkson.
And Clarkson's another guy that a bunch of people are overlooking, and he's the instant offense seemingly every team wants as the 6th man. So should we have a certain focus on Utah? And do you think right now teams are sort of doing the math, trying to get stuff on the cheap, knowing all they need to throw in is a draft choice? How many of those Utah guys? So you mentioned Clarkson. I'm going to put in Conley there. I think Jared Vanderbilt, Malik Beasley. There's probably Kelly Olynyk, even though they just got him. There's probably 4 or 5 guys. How do you think Danny Ainge plays that? Because he's clearly shown a willingness to move guys anyway.
I think I think there's a lot of movement coming there. Clarkson in particular, and they want to move Conley. Conley's harder just because he's making a little over 21, 22, but like he's not contributing like he was when he signed that contract. So there's some team will come for him, I think, eventually when their point guard, due to injury, whatever, their point guard situation changes. And maybe Chicago's looking around thinking, wow, we aren't going to get ball back, which is disturbing. But like if that's not going to, maybe there will be some team to step forward for him. But I think you're going to see them. If one team's going to make a move before the start of the season, I bet it involves Utah and somebody, because somebody, like you said, some of these guys are very plug and play. You can Kelly Olynyk, you know what he is and you know what he can do. Jordan Clarkson fills a distinct role. These guys are guys you can just plug, and you don't have to spend a lot of time massaging what they're going to be.
And we will get to the names. There's a bunch of Heat possibility trade names. I want to handle that in our second segment. Catch that on our podcast also. I want to go to the chat board real quick, our YouTube chat board, and Jason chimes in with a couple of questions about Omar Yurtseven. By the way, Jason, that's Yurtseven with a U, not an E to start the name, but that's for another time. Spelling does not count here on redrecover.com inside the paint. He asked about how about Omar Yurtseven at center and Bam at power forward. Omar can hit the 3. He hit it at a good rate in Summer League while averaging 20 points a game there, and he can rebound. And I want to throw this to Kurt specifically because of what's going on out there he was at Lakers Media Day. It looks initially, and it's early, that the Lakers will go big, I think, with Thomas Bryant and Anthony Davis. We were talking early in the summer in our shows, did the Lakers have a center? I sort of forgot about Thomas Bryant. Here's my question to you, Kurt. When we see teams go big, the previous biggest big tends to get passive and float to the three-point circle and shoot jumpers. And as much as Anthony Davis can hit the shot, and with his reach and his extension, probably that's an unblockable shot, isn't that a danger, whether it's an Anthony Davis or a Bam Adebayo, to let them get too comfortable and become drifters? I spoke to Bam yesterday, and I told Bam, I don't want you shooting threes for this reason. You are switching on defense anyway. You're 1-5 pick and roll, game starts, you're on the point guard. On defense, you're away from the paint. If you're also with the three-point circle, you're away from the rebounds also. Kurt, Kurt, I want to go to you because you have a very good Lakers perspective. It seems to me when you don't cast Anthony Davis at center, he floats. And is that a concern when you go big?
It is. The advantage the Lakers specifically have in this case is Thomas Bryant can shoot threes. Like, you can space the floor a little more with him. But I think you can look. I think it's a legitimate concern with Bam Adebayo. It's a legitimate concern with Karl Anthony Towns, right? If Rudy Gobert is going to be the guy in the paint in Minnesota, are you wasting maybe the best offensive center, certainly one of the best offensive centers in the league, in Karl Anthony Towns? Are you wasting his talents by not having him sometimes in the post? I think that it's going to be interesting to see how teams try to work around that. And by the way, for anybody who cares, Darvin Ham didn't talk a lot of strategy because nobody does it at Media Day. But he did talk about he called it a 1-in system, which the rest of us would call a 4-out system. Right. He wants to have somebody around the paint. He wants to keep somebody inside, and he wants to run a lot more like LeBron at the elbow stuff because LeBron's, we know when it matters in the fourth quarter, LeBron's going to be initiating the offense, but they want to try to do more stuff at the elbow, post Russ up a little more, do some stuff like that gets their stars involved in spots they can take advantage without as much physical toll early in the season.
We are on a Stay Dry Wednesday here on redrecover.com inside the paint. And after our break, I want to go over the Heat power forward situation. Want to go over the in-house options, what they've said to this point, and then I want to run some names by Kurt because there are possibilities out there. And among those possibilities are, I think, possibly Kelly Olynyk. I think possibly Myles Turner, don't care what the Sun said. And I think Jay Crowder is going somewhere. And I think I could almost say he's probably going to go to one of his former teams because every team's one of his former teams. But more than that, Kurt knows exactly what will happen. And he's going to tell us after this break on redrecover.com inside the paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
Ira Winderman, South Florida Sun Sentinel, here in cloudy, rainy, like everywhere, the Bahamas and Nassau Baha Mar Resort. Kurt Heelan over there in LA at 6-something in the morning because he loves to talk basketball so much. And I think people who go to NBCSports.com and Pro Basketball Talk already know this. Kurt never sleeps. So feel free to call him or email him or text him any time of the day. He will be out there. Why? Because he keeps on track of all of these rumors. So you don't have to, and I don't have to. Kurt, you're at the plate. Here we go. Jay Crowder, Phoenix Suns, you and I have spoken here on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint for weeks about how Jay had been giving all these signals, like to come back to Miami, wants to keep his starting role. Can you sort of go over the situation for us in Phoenix with Cam Johnson, the lineup change? And one thing I just don't get is this. The Phoenix Suns 2 years ago were in the NBA Finals. We're right there with the Milwaukee Bucks. The Phoenix Suns last season had the best regular season record in the Eastern Conference. Why this need to change right now to take Jay Crowder, successful starter, who even the year before the Suns went to the NBA Finals, he was in the NBA Finals with the Miami Heat.
Yes.
Kurt, sort of summarize for us a little bit right now, what the hell is going on with Jay Crowder and the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah, there is a sense in Phoenix that they needed more shooting in the lineup. Look, there's 29 other teams that think they need more shooting in the lineup, right? Like everybody does. They felt they needed it. Cameron Johnson is a guy on the rise. He's more athletic. He's younger, but he's flat out just a better shooter. Now, he's not as good a defender. He's young. He is not as savvy. And Jay Crowder's just one of those guys that helps you win, right? Like he just finds ways to contribute as a guy in practice who pushes people, as a guy on the floor who does the little things, but they want shooting, and they think Cameron Johnson's ready for that moment. And I don't know that they said we're starting him. I think they probably politely put there's going to be a competition for the four, but he read the writing on the wall, and he's at a point in his career where he wants to be somewhere he's contending, but also contributing. And if he felt that wasn't going to happen there, it's, by the way, why some of the places that come up is, Boston comes up as a possible, hey, we'll plug him in for Gallinari. Well, he's contending, but he's back on the bench. What's his contribution? I'm not sure he wants that. If he goes to a Miami, and there's some other teams maybe where he steps in and starts and plays a big role. And I think that's going to matter to him ultimately. Like that is something he wants out of this.
And by the way, if you're with us on redrecover.com, you can go to our YouTube chat board, join the conversation. For now, we are letting Howard and Siadala describe and talk amongst themselves regarding Ime Udoka's marital or non-marital status, so you can chime in there on that. I'm going to try to keep it more basketball related here with Kurt on our main show on our YouTube page, and of course, all our Big O radio platforms. And please smash those like buttons when you see them, because if you don't, we're going to come over to your house once it stops raining. It's interesting, Kurt. When it comes to Jay, I think you hit it right on the head. People are saying there's a bunch of teams. Milwaukee's the latest team that's been mentioned for Jay Crowder. He's been there also, right? I think he was a Buck at one point, wasn't he?
I just
maybe
assumed
not,
he
but
was
he played at
everywhere,
Marquette, so that counts him. That makes him a Milwaukee product anyway, so we'll put him in there anyway. And again, he wants to start. He still thinks even at 33, he still has it. And that's the thing for the Heat. I could throw some names at you: Caleb Martin, Haywood Highsmith, Max Strus, Nikola Jovic, Omar Yurtseven. I think without overstating things, Jay Crowder would be the better starting option than all of them. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, yeah.
And let me ask you this. Let me put it another way, because then I want to go to the trade permutations, because they did speak with someone inside the Heat regarding that. It's somewhat off the record, but what the heck? It's a storm out there. We can reveal secrets here on redrecover.com inside the paint. When you look at Jay Crowder, if I were to give you, we spoke in our first segment, you can catch that in our podcast here, about whether the Heat are a contender, whether they're behind the Celtics now with their turmoil, the Bucks with their stability. How would your outlook change on the Miami Heat, Kurt Helin, if I were to tell you that the Heat, through whatever means, without losing a major core piece, added Jay Crowder as their starting power forward? How would that change you in the hierarchy with the Nets, with the Sixers, with the Celtics, with the Bucks? How would that impact things, do you think, in your view?
That's a good question. I would say it moves them up to, I don't know that I'm going to put them in front of the Bucks, but I think it moves them into that tier of teams 2 through, again, what do we think of the Nets, but 2 through 5, where like these are teams with a potential run. I think, though, Jay Crowder is the guy who helps him in that last 16 more. Like his versatility, his defense, his shooting that he still has. The Suns want more, but he can knock down your threes. I think that the way he plays and the style he plays is look, I don't have to tell you guys, he was obviously part of the reason they were in the finals. That will matter more in those last 16 games, but I think it improves them. It makes me more confident, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Does that I feel like I can trust him, with all due respect to Omar Yurtseven or anybody, Caleb Martin or anybody else, and Caleb played so well last year. I just trust in the big moments, Jay Crowder is going to make plays. And
you know what?
Give me that factor.
It's like what the Heat had in PJ Tucker last season, and honestly, what the Sixers have in PJ Tucker. So in other words, when we're talking about major offseason moves, even in the Eastern Conference, and obviously there were a bunch of ancillary moves the Sixers made also, but they're pointing as PJ Tucker as sort of their toughness and difference maker come playoff time, not the first 82 games. I think that's the thought with Jay. Again, we've seen him in the playoffs be an impact presence, maybe last year, not as much, but he's helped his team advance deep, deep, deep into the playoffs. So I get all that. One of the questions here on the chat board is, Terry chimes in and says, do you think the Heat eventually make a move for Jay Crowder by the deadline? You see, I don't think he's going to be in Phoenix by the deadline. When you skip training camp, that's a now thing. That's by the end of the preseason, by the start of the regular season. There's going to be a ramp up, and either you're in or you're out. What I will say is this. There are easier paths for the Heat to get a Jay Crowder. The easiest is if they want to take on Duncan Robinson, but let's face it, If the Suns are extending Cam Johnson, they don't want to take on 4 more years of Duncan Robinson, I don't think also, unless maybe they get off some of their bad money. So I think that's the easy way for the Heat, the hard way to convince the Suns. There's the Tyler Hero element. I think the Suns would jump at that because that's just good young talent, and you'll deal with his extension when you have to, but you're getting a piece. There's no way in hell the Heat are doing that. So I raised the possibility of the old group package, the 3-for-1 or 4-for-1. You can do that this time of year because you can trade, you can carry up to 20 players. A lot of times during the season, Kurt, you know this, you'll see this on Pro Basketball Talk, people will suggest to you a 5-for-1 trade. And you're like, yeah, there's a roster limit. They can't do that then. That's why people love trading around the draft, in the offseason, around free agency. You can go to 20, cut to the maximum of 17, 15 on your standard roster, and make it work. So just to play the game, I threw the names by Heat people. I'm going to throw it to you also. If you were to build a package, you would start with Haywood Highsmith, which is a very good contract to trade because only $50,000 is guaranteed. You have to move the guaranteed money up a little bit to make a deal work, but that's a name. Then I just sort of threw around some other names, and I want sort of yes or no from you with some of your quick thoughts. To get Jay Crowder, Kurt Heelan, would you throw in Max Strus?
That's a hard one. That's a tough one. I would say if you really want him, that's the guy, right? That's the yes you have to make, because here's the thing we haven't discussed from Phoenix's point of view. I don't want your flotsam. I am a win now team. I have, they are not looking to win in 2 years, and that's what makes this trade harder to do with not just the Heat, but with everybody.
They don't want
a
picks,
player
right?
who helps them. Yeah, they don't want your picks. They don't want your young talent. This is not Utah. I want your guys who can help me tomorrow, because I have Chris Paul's 75, 76, whatever age he is now. Like, they don't have, I mean, they've got a bridge to the future, obviously, with Devin Booker and young players, but they are still absolutely win now. They are not taking back young players. They're not just sending him out to send him out. So you have to give them something they want. Max might be that guy. Max might be the guy you have to throw in to get it done if you really want him.
Oh, this is one of my favorite parts of the show. Kurt Heelan, you're incredibly wrong. I don't think there's a chance in hell. I don't think there's a chance in hell the Heat part with Max Strus. I think the Heat realized they might have something special there, a multi-positional talent who can shoot and stroke it, who will be a relatively low contract, even as a free agent next summer. I think he's untouchable among the minimums, among the Heat's lower paid guys. I think when they moved off Duncan Robinson, when they took a step away from their $90 million player, that's a huge statement to me. That says they see something there. So, so that's like a
by the way, credit to the
Family
Heat.
Feud. That's the first X. That's the first no. That was a wrong answer right there. But we'll move on.
By the way, I love that the Heat did
up was Gabe Vincent, and I said, would you throw Gabe Vincent in there? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to go back. We're moving one family down on Family Feud. We got the whole Heelan family there. Maybe the next answer will come from the dog.
I'll bring the dog in.
Exactly. But right now, Kurt, would you include Gabe Vincent in such a deal?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I like Gabe. I like the way he pushes and fights through stuff. But yeah, for Jay Crowder to fill a bigger need, yes.
And you know what's amazing? That's another X and another no there, because this was interesting, Kurt. When I spoke to a Heat person, and this I really found fascinating. Again, I'm with you. I played the game. We were sitting in the media room before our interview started on Monday, and I was asked that also. And I thought, okay, God bless Gabe, but he's Gabe. And then someone made a really good point. Kyle Lowry is 36 years old, and after this season has 1 year left on his contract. Eventually, you will have to replace him to point guard. Right now, the Heat do not have another option to point guard. We go into the season. Gabe sets up as the backup point guard. Of course, Victor Oladipo or even Tyler Hero can play some point guard. But the thought was, you have a guy in your pipeline. You might be able to move up for a relatively low contract. I thought that was really interesting. Okay, so now we move down the family members, and we have the third name here that you'd have to put together as part of a package. Omar Yurtseven.
See, now I'm tempted to say no, because I was impressed with him. I'm going to be wrong again. Maybe that's a big because again, you're trying to replace like for like in a sense if you're the Heat, right? I mean, if you're the Suns, right? You need I would like somebody at the 4. I would like another big. I would like somebody who spaces the floor and young. But if I'm Miami, that to me is a tough one to put in because I was impressed with him at Summer League. I think he has the potential to have real value and somebody you might be able to play next to Bam because they can space the floor and do things and not just pack the paint on them, right? Like you're going to have to space the floor. So tell me I'm wrong, but I probably be hesitant to keep.
This is more of a personal thing. So I'm going to give you another X there, but it's not from the Heat itself. It's something I was thinking about. And again, I will have a new co-host next week, so please tune in then. Just kidding, I'm not as sold that the Heat are sold on Omar Yurtseven for this reason. If the Heat were sold on Omar Yurtseven, and Kurt was totally correct, Summer League 2021, Omar was, I don't care who got MVP. He was the MVP of Summer League, especially counting when they played in Sacramento also in their first California Classic Summer League, and then they went to Vegas. During last season, when Bam Adebayo was out in December through January, Omar Yurtseven had 14 straight double-digit rebounding games, had 4 straight games of 16 or more rebounds. Both were NBA records or close to NBA rookie records right there. He blew the league up. And then Bam Adebayo came back. And then Omar Yurtseven disappeared into the ether. But Kurt, more than anything, I still held out hope in the offseason. Okay, we understand that he don't play undrafted rookies. You have to earn your way in. Even Duncan Robinson did. Kendrick Nunn, yes, he started right away, but the trust had to be built through the season. And then the Heat went out and signed Dwayne Dedmon for a $4.6 million one-year contract. And I'm like, whoa. This team is worried about being into the tax. This team is worried about where it stands with its payroll. This team has a Yurtseven at the NBA minimum. I know this might sort of shock Heat fans or whatever, but I don't think the Heat are enamored enough with Omar Yurtseven. And I will say this, being facetious before, I totally agree with Kurt. And I would give Omar a greater run. And Kurt, based on what I just said, and how the Heat brought back Dwayne Dedmon instead, could this be the case of a player who could emerge as a good player, but maybe not emerge with the Heat? Because we've seen elsewhere, a guy like Hassan Whiteside had a tryout there early in his career with Sacramento, went to Memphis, but it took the Heat for him to find his stride. I know there's not a lot of Omar Yurtseven buzz, although I do know this. The Turkish version of Pro Basketball Talk does a lot on him also, when they're not talking about the legacy of Hito Turkoglu. What's your thoughts about what the NBA thinks about what Omar Yurtseven accomplished in 2021 Summer League, what he did last December, January when Bam was out? What do you think the league thinks of Omar Yurtseven?
Yeah, I think that they see potential, and I don't know that it's a fit. You kind of bring up an important thing in general around the NBA, which is unless it doesn't matter to Jimmy Butler, it doesn't matter to Bam, and you can pick 1 or 2 guys, maybe 3 on a couple teams. It's all about fit, right? Like at the end of the day, fit matters so much because certain guys are going to thrive in certain systems or certain situations and then not thrive in there's certain centers that, hey, you better play drop back coverage with them, right? Like I love Rudy Gobert. If you've got him up on, and he's a little different, but like if you have Brook Lopez, you're not putting him up on the ball, man. Like get him back and drop him. And you could go through this with every position. It's so much about fit. And I think that there's got to be teams that look at him and say, well, we're going to play fast. We're going to play up and down. We can use his shooting. They see him as a better fit with them than necessarily what he's going to be next to Bam, because obviously Bam's Bam. Like next to, maybe that doesn't fit as well in Miami. And so I think there's a lot of teams that often look at guys and think, and not just Omar, but like a lot of guys and think, hey, does his skill set plug in better with us than with them? And that's when you get the Hassan Whitesides who suddenly look better somewhere else, just in a system that works. Yeah.
And so I sort of to leave it there. First of all, if you're on our chat board, chime in. We'll do the lightning round in our final segment here of redrecover.com Inside the Paint. We now know who Kurt Helin would or would not give up for the Miami Heat to make a trade to get Jay Crowder. But after the break, because I think this name is so juicy and there is so much BS coming out of Indiana, another lose now type of team. I want to get into it with Kurt about what you would or wouldn't do for Myles Turner. because to me, that could be the perfect fit for the Miami Heat if they're willing to pay him going forward in the future and pay the price for an acquisition. So after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, we'll be back to talk Myles Turner. We'll be back to take your questions on our chat board and wrap this thing up on a stay dry, stay out of the wind Wednesday morning.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
I'm Ira Winderman, South Florida Sun Sentinel, SouthFloridaSunSentinel.com over here in the Bahamas with the Miami Heat, a training camp where it is rainy and windy, just like at home for everyone. He's Kurt Heelan at the crack of dawn out there. Kurt, is the sun up yet, or can you see out of the room where you are in LA right now?
The sun is starting to come up. It is starting to get light outside.
He is Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk at NBCSports.com. You can check him out there. Before we pick up our show here on the Inside the Paint, RedRecover.com show, and you can catch our first 2 segments if you missed it anywhere with the Big O Show podcast, as long as you smash the like button. We'll go back to our chat board. Again, feel free to chime in. We'll get to your questions, hopefully all of them, before the end of this segment. Great or Good had a couple of questions. Mostly he's talking about how Bam and Tyler are pushing themselves to improve and expand their game. Real quickly, Kurt, that's sort of what this league is all about, isn't it? That players can't plateau, that your young players have to continue to grow. And let's say you're the Lakers and you have no young players. That's basically where the game is in a salary cap league. Wouldn't you agree with that?
It absolutely is. And I think, by the way, it's something I don't think the average fan sometimes really truly appreciates how much these guys work on their games, how on their craft, on the effort they put in to to not only become good at their strengths, but in the case of Tyler, I'm sure shore up his weaknesses. I will see what he's got defensively. He came out and put on weight. These guys put incredible amounts of effort in the offseason and even during the season into their body, into their conditioning, but also into working on parts of their game. This is largely, they appreciate where they are. They realize how much they're getting paid, and they are realizing that they're in the top 450, and there are another 2,000 who want their gig, and it's not, unless you're LeBron, man, the gap is just not that great, right? Like you got to put in the work, and the guys do. By and large, and if you don't, by the way, you wonder why some guys are out of the league in 3 years.
Yep. And you know what? And we're seeing it down here, even on our football team with the Dolphins and Tua and all the concern and the growth he's made year to year, especially now coming into this season. You have to keep picking it up. You have to be a little bit more. Man of 1,005 holds, which sounds like a lineman from my New York Giants, asked, will Duncan be a starter again, or is he forever a bench guy? Kurt, my thought is that if you earn something, it shouldn't be taken away. Max Strus, to me, appears to be the better player than Duncan. Not saying that Duncan couldn't start somewhere else. Teams are always looking for shooters. But your thoughts right now, when you, from a distant view, look at Max Strus, what he did in the playoffs, Duncan Robinson, what he didn't do, could you envision Max Strus, at least early in the season, pushing past Duncan Robinson for that starting job?
Absolutely. I think Miami and Eric Spoelstra, more than most franchises, are ruthless about that, right? Like, we are going to go with what works. We are not, hey man, just because you got the $90 million contract does not mean you get to start in Miami. Like, you have to earn that moment. And frankly, more teams should be that way. There's plenty of people who at least start games if they don't finish because of the contract or get chances because of the contract. Duncan's had his, I don't want to write him off. Like he's a good player who brings the most important skill or one of the most important skills in the game to the table. But if Max isn't starting at the beginning of the season, it won't. I got a feeling by Christmas, a very good chance. Yeah.
Well, and C. Dollar points out, he says, I low feel key for Duncan Robinson that he plays better this year. Am I crazy? The one thing we've all spoken to Duncan during camp, he's out of his head. I think he was in his own head last year when it went south. It really was the first time. He was sort of on this great rise up, and he sort of hit that. And that tells you who a guy is. But again, folks, Duncan Robinson it's almost like one of those cartoons where in the Bugs Bunny cartoons, for those who go back, and the character being chased looks like a big steak and a piece of meat. He's a salary. You can almost create a meme or a GIF or, however you want to call it, where Duncan's head is a dollar sign because he's a matching salary in his contract. That's why he has in part that contract. And that's the real value he holds to the Heat, that he's that extra element you could throw into a deal, which sort of brings us to where I've been teasing for the first two segments, and I want to get to right now also. And this is Dario Rangel chimes in here on our chat board. He said, every Pacers game I've watched, I see Myles Turner shoot like 6 threes and miss all of them with the requisite LOL on the bottom there. Want to bring people back into the conversation if you weren't here for our first two segments today on redrecover.com, Inside the Paint. Myles Turner arrived to Indiana Pacers camp and said, I'm discussing this only once. I know I've been mentioned in trade rumors for the last 3 or 4 years. I'm not going to address it again during the season. Pacers front office have said all the right thing. He's a great soldier. We want him here. We're going to be able to work with him. All of which his code is throw us your best offer. So before I put Heat best offers out there, because Kurt failed when we tried the Jay Crowder experiment, I want to go a different way, I want to go a different way. Kurt, what are your thoughts on who Myles Turner is and how good or not good he is right now as an NBA talent, as an NBA star?
He is on the bubble of being a star to me, an all-star level player. But most importantly, we were talking about fit earlier. He's the guy who fits, I don't want to say everywhere, but almost everywhere, because he is, everybody kind of looks at what Brook Lopez does in Milwaukee's and, hey, I can shoot threes. He's not really necessarily a traditional shot blocker, but like he is a big body in the paint that you've got to deal with. Myles Turner is maybe the best shot blocker in the game. Certainly one of the top, what would you say, Ira, 3-5 shot blockers in the game?
I put Gobert's length ahead of him, even if the numbers sometimes.
But one of the best shot blockers in the game. And he can shoot the three and space the floor on offense and do some stuff inside. He's a decent passer. talk about a guy where I think he lands in the right situation, whether that's Miami or wherever. I think he's going to turn some heads somewhere where they're like, oh wait, this guy's this good. Like I genuinely, I'm very much in the Myles Turner is better than you think he is camp.
But that's one thing I don't get. And again, when you look at something from a distance, you get that perspective. You see the numbers, you see the possibilities. You also see the losing, and obviously someone takes the brunt for that. They shipped out Domantas Sabonis as if he was their scapegoat. They let Malcolm Brogdon go, because they felt that, hey, that wasn't the right fit. Here's my question. For all the things that Kurt Heel and Pro Basketball Talk just mentioned about Myles Turner, he can hit the three, he's versatile, he's switchable, he can block shots. Why has he been on the trade block for so long? Wouldn't that be, and folks, to bring you back into this, Myles Turner's a free agent after this year. That's part of the reason. Do you pay a player? Do you let him go? No, sort of the heat deliberations right now with Tyler Hero's extension. But the one thing I don't get is this. Why, if someone checks all those Kurt Heelan boxes, why have we heard him on the trade block? And I think you'd agree for that now, Kurt, for probably 2 or even 3 years.
Oh, at least 3. And is there a team that hasn't been mentioned as a Myles Turner destination in the last 3 years?
And from the Lakers, he's been mentioned a bunch out there.
Again, because he's what we were just talking about. It's about fit. You are always trying to find somebody next to Anthony Davis who doesn't clog, and especially with Russell and LeBron driving into the paint, and Russ not exactly spacing the floor, Ira. Like, you've got to find somebody who can, your big has to be able to step out and at least be a threat. And that's why they're always looking for that. But they're not the only team. Memphis, like I love Jonas Valanciunas. He doesn't necessarily, he took more threes than ever last year, I think a couple of games, but like, you've really got to space the floor. If you've got Ja Morant slashing in there, Myles Turner steps in and looks better doing that. And I think you can apply that to 25 other teams. Like, he's easy to plug and play conceptually. He's making $18 million. And I think the Pacers have always thought that they were going to get more for him. But at some point, dude, you mentioned it, like, he's a free agent after this year. If you're going to move him.
There's only one deal I see for the Heat. And it involves, as we mentioned before, talking about Duncan Robinson as a player or as a salary. Duncan's a salary. But the only player, to me, and again, feel free, Kurt, to go through the Heat roster and their salaries or whatever, is whether you're willing to put Tyler Hero in there. And I know the Pacers have their guards. I know they went that way in the draft. We know that Halliburton right now is their star of the future. That's why they made the Domantas Sabonis deal. Obviously, Hield will be moved, older player, three-point shooter. So, and I think you're going to get this one right because there is no definitive answer. So, Kurt, first of all, I'm putting you off the hook. Unlike with Jay Crowder, we mentioned stuff. There is no right or wrong answer here. There is no X that you're correct or check mark that you're wrong. But if you're the Miami Heat, knowing what you have now, would you include, as part of a package that probably will have to include at least one draft choice, would you include Tyler Hero in a trade for Myles Turner?
Now I think you're getting too expensive because, like you said, you've got to put in Duncan. Myles Turner makes 18. You've got to get to 18. That's not going to be that simple. And I'm going to forget Tyler Hero's salary off the top of my head, but it's less than 8.
About 7 this year. Duncan's 18, so you matter. You can take some extra money back. You can float the money in the difference.
You can do some other stuff.
Close enough within the 75%.
But if you're Ira, I'll throw it back at you. Would you put Duncan Robinson, Omar Yurtseven, and maybe a pick or 2 picks, depending on what you've got to negotiate, into a deal to get Turner?
I would, but I just think Indiana's going to want more. Now, you could say, hey, that's a depreciating asset that maybe by the trade deadline, when it's only half a season of Myles Turner, you can get him on the cheap. I think Indiana's looking for something more tangible for this reason also. When you are Indiana, you're not getting free agents. For those who don't know, Indiana plays in Indianapolis. Not exactly a mecca for I've got to get there. You can, Kurt, and I know you do this all the time, maybe you can find me an NBA free agent who ran to take the money to get his bag in Indiana. I can't really recall that. They've always been a team playing on the margins of staying under the luxury tax, of being good enough to get in the playoffs, but not good enough to get anything through the playoffs, really going back to the Rick Smiths and Reggie Miller era there. And I know they had the Roy Hibbert time also when they were battling the Heat under Frank Vogel, but that's been a while now. It's been a minute since then. So I think they want something tangible. So you might say, well, wait a minute. If you trade him for Tyler Hero, they have another extension question, but it's younger. It could be more on their terms. They have his bird rights also, so they can make it work. So I think it would take at least Tyler. Yes, I think if you're asking me, would the Heat offer Omar Yurtseven and Duncan Robinson and a first-round pick and maybe a protection even on another? Sure. That also would take the Heat out of any major move going forward unless they were to trade, say, a Kyle Lowry. So it's really interesting because it's funny. I posed the question because I thought you might take us to the end of our show, but you didn't. So I'm going to have to answer it instead. It's a tough call for this reason. You're giving up some of your known future. Tyler wants to be here. You can make a deal work with his bird rights versus you acquire a Myles Turner who has no allegiance to your team. You can just go on to free agency and get the biggest bag possible. Might be willing to take it from a Sacramento because, hell, he was in Indiana. So it's not like it's coming from a big market. But here's the other part of that equation. And this goes for everything that Kurt and I have spoken about in our last hour or so coming up to here on redrecover.com inside the paint. Kyle Lowry's 36. Jimmy Butler 2 years ago turned 33. You have to live in the moment with this Miami Heat team. If I trade Tyler Hero, I still can open with the backcourt of Butler, or it's called Robinson, or Strus, but just I could open with the perimeter rotation of Butler and Lowry, and I still would have Oladipo and Vincent in my backcourt. I could survive there, and I get my definitive starting power forward. So to go through the names I mentioned, you just say better or not better. Is Myles Turner better than Jay Crowder?
Yes. Ooh.
Okay, and I'd agree.
Yeah, I would say yes. Yeah.
Long-term youth, versatility.
Yeah,
it might not be the fit. Okay.
I think the only question with Turner versus with Crowder is, again, we talked about Crowder. We know when those big moments can be there. Turner's never had to be in those moments, so we'd find out.
Better fit than Kelly Olynyk, who might be available.
Yes, he's just a better player than Kelly.
Yes, and I agree. And I love Kelly. And if they can get Kelly on the cheap, I'd be fine with that also.
Yeah.
So that's another name. Better fit than Caleb Martin, Myles Turner.
Again, just a better player. Yeah.
Yes, it's an easy one.
Again, nothing against Caleb. He's just a better player.
On down the line of other Heat options at that position. So yeah, I think that I would offer Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson's contract. The only downside of that would be this. You've played your chips. This could be a season of trades. Kevin Durant could come back on the market when the Nets are sitting there at 15 and 25, right? You just don't know about that. John Collins could wind up being on the market if the DeJounte Murray backcourt takes all of his shots. So the bigger question to me is not would you throw Tyler Hero and Duncan's contract and the pick in for Myles Turner. So I'm going to phrase it to you this way, and I know people love trade talk. Kurt, if that's your final move, is that enough of a final move to get you past Milwaukee? Is that enough of a final move to put you in contention with Golden State?
It moves. Yes, I think it puts you closer to that level. Or how about this? It puts you in the conversation with them. Like, can they beat the Bucks in 7 games? Who knows? But it doesn't make them clear and away favorites, but it makes them it puts them in the conversation even without Tyler Hero, because I think you're right with Strus, with Duncan. Like, you're not that far off. Like, you're going to miss some of what Tyler brings, and Tyler again loves the culture. Like, and that's the question you've got to. The extra question you've got to ask about Myles Turner when he gets here is he's going to love Miami. Is he going to love the Heat culture? Is he going to put in that work, or is he get to be a free agent and say, "Man, they're not going to push me in Sacramento. I'm good." And I don't know him well enough to know that answer.
And neither do I, and get his bag. But what's beautiful now is I can leave my room here in the 17th floor, go to the convention center, tell Andy Ellisberg and Pat Riley to pull the trigger. But more than that, I can self-aggregate and go to Tyler Hero and go, hey, there's this guy, Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, who wants to be traded. So really, it all works out in my favor.
Fire away.
We're running late here on redrecover.com inside the paint. Want to get to a couple of quick things. Being asked right now, let me go here in our Man of 1,005 Holds ask again, who do you think is your Heat undrafted rookie G League sleeper this year? I've told people, you can read it at the Sun Sentinel, I think Haywood Highsmith is the kind of guy that the Heat are trying to groom. I could see that. T. Yan ask, who's going to score off the bench if Tyler is gone? Hey, that's why they gave Victor Oladipo that 2-year deal just in case Tyler is gone. So I think they'll take care of it. Mark chimes in and says, hey, praying for safety for everyone in Florida. And Kurt, that's what this morning is all about. We hope we've been able to entertain you for the last hour or so with Miami Heat Talk. Stay dry, stay safe, and more than that, stay with us because we'll be back next week again. I'll be leaving the Bahamas. I think I might be in Brooklyn ahead of the Heat's exhibition game next week. We'll join you, him from LA, 6 a.m. in the morning, Kurt Heelan, Pro Basketball Talk, me, Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. We'll be back at it next week on another RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. But now we roll on for all your hurricane safety tips and also how he would redo the Miami Heat to Orlando Alzagari as the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmith in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slomin's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning. Welcome back. We thank Ira and Kurt. Great job. Let's see. I'm actually sending my my wife a text there. She's lucky she didn't go to work today. Although really it's not lucky because I think everybody would rather be at work, East Coast, West Coast of Florida. That way we're back to our lives and we're just awaiting the storm, which is just about to hit the left coast. Are you getting pounded with rain right now, Sean? Because it's been kind of calm where we're at in a little bit. Okay, yeah, it's kind of calm right now. It hasn't been that bad. I'm sure it's going to get pretty bad as this thing comes ashore. When's it supposed to hit? Like this afternoon, right, or something like that? I think it's supposed to hit our friends in Fort Myers and Marco Island and all those areas. Man, that's just not good. But hang in there, and all our friends out on the West Coast, I'm sure you're probably not watching the show if you normally would. I think you got better things to do. But appreciate all of you out there. Hang in there and stay safe. Saw a lot of stories about people leaving the West Coast and coming here to South Florida to try to outrun the storm. And it happens so much in Florida, in our state. Depends on where it's going. People are constantly getting in their cars to try to outrun. Apparently, all the hotels down here are sold out because all the people from the West Coast drove over to South Florida to avoid the storm. And rented hotels here. So apparently most of the hotels in South Florida are taken up because all the guests out west, and that's the worst, right? Because it's so bad that you can't stay. And so now you've got to board up or shutter or whatever you can do, and then leave your home and go stay somewhere else. And when you stay somewhere else, you don't know what's going on with your home. And that's got to be the scariest thing out there, you know? So that just rough there. What do you got, Sean?
All right, I think I got this hooked back up now.
Oh, there you go.
All
Look
right.
at you.
Yeah, no. The problem with my neighborhood over here is it floods usually during regular rainstorms, so you can imagine how bad it is right now.
Right. Okay.
So it's just a lot of standing water, and then we get the squalls every once in a while, and then I mean, we're probably about 5 miles from where the tornadoes touched down. So
okay. All right.
So, it was a little bit rough last night. Today it's a little bit on and off. So so far so good.
Yeah, they duped us yesterday. Somebody was putting out a tornado in a CVS, and it was my boy David Cantor, the agent, put it out, and I was retweeting, and then he was like, "Oh no, this is a fake," and it's like, why would people do such stupid ass things?
Yeah. There's some other area, like they're showing some on. I was watching one of the news stations here, and it wasn't the one that exaggerates a lot. And there's a lot of damage throughout some areas that looks like some other stuff might have. I know there was one in Pines and one in Hollywood confirmed tornado touchdowns, but there's some other areas where some of that wind was wreaking havoc if it wasn't a tornado or whatever touchdown.
Right. So. No, I'm with you. I got it. It's just hang in there, folks, and take it serious no matter where you're at in Florida, because this thing is wide enough that we're going to get squalls. We're going to get all kinds of feeder bands, and in those feeder bands, you could end up getting some tornadoes in that.
Yeah, and then also in the
Go ahead.
In the Davie area, I was going to say some power lines were down. So again, be careful when you're walking outside. It's not just that the wind is blowing. It's what the wind is blowing and what the wind is knocked down with the standing water. You never know what step could be the wrong step.
Yeah, and a lot of people you don't take this thing take it for granted sometimes. I think most of us have been through enough experiences that you kind of take it serious, but I hope there's not enough of you out there that are not taking this thing serious. And I know some of you out there that are, I don't know, I guess you're still in denial or whatever about global warming. The worst part about all these storms is they're all going to get worse. And they're all going to drop even more rain nowadays. That's the thing about all these storms, if you've noticed, because of the heat. Because there's more heat in the air, it creates more humidity. And so when you have your rainstorms, you will get more rain than normal. And that's why you're seeing flash flooding all over the world. All over, man. It doesn't matter what continent you're looking at, what country you're looking at. You're seeing crap that we've never seen before, and that's because of global warming. So these hurricanes, they're going to be wetter and wetter as time goes on because of our climate change. That's why that's the scary part. Actually, it's not just the wind, it's all the water that's coming with it. Devin Jordan, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Morning, I heard the whole country of Cuba has no power. Thoughts, prayers to everyone in Cuba and Florida. Yeah, those people don't have anything, and just like I've said before, it's just a big ass jail. Look at Russia. Do you see all the men leaving Russia because Putin's trying to recruit more and send it to that useless war and kill more Russians for no reason whatsoever? We have large jails in this world. Cuba, North Korea, China, Russia. They have no freedoms. They have nothing, man. SCE Home Theater, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Weapon X, listening to you live from New Orleans today. Go Fins. New Orleans has plenty of experiences with storms. Thank the Lord you guys aren't getting this storm. You've had enough of them as it is. I just feel bad for the folks in Fort Myers, man, because what's going to go on now there in Naples, Fort Myers, Marco Island, all that area, and then up into Sarasota, Clearwater, Tampa, all that. This is going to be brutal, man. It's going to be brutal. 16-foot storm surge. All right, let's get to a little sports. Did you guys notice that the game went to 4 now? The Bengals are favored by 4, not 3.5. Isn't he playing? Wasn't he upgraded to limited now this week? Huh. You know, I invest in crypto. I probably should, and by the way, thank you. This is a second year card of Tua, and I you know what? I should invest in a rookie card of Tua. I don't really buy cards anymore, but since I am, of course, the president of the Tuanon, I probably should purchase a rookie Tua card. I think I'm going to have to do that. That might be a good investment that down the line might end up, paying off. Well, it won't pay off for shit because I won't sell it. You think I'm ever selling this one? You think I'm ever selling this card? Never, ever. I'll never sell that card, no matter what. So I doubt if I get a rookie Tua card, I wouldn't. It didn't matter what it's worth. I wouldn't sell it. I would keep it. Dario Rango says I did. Prayers to Northern Florida and the Gulf Coast. Yes, Liba. Amen to that, my friend. Amen to that. All right, let's get ready to go around the NFL. Ian Rapoport is ready, baby. Our redrecover.com look around the NFL.
Football fans, it's time to take a look around the NFL. It's the redrecover.com look around the NFL with Ian Rapoport. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rapoport.
Is the man that is in it all around the league. How you feeling, Ian? You feeling good?
I'm good, man. How are you? What's going on? You ready for this week or what?
Dolphins 3-0. Come on, dude. I mean, give me a break.
You called this, right?
The only man in the media that was defending to the core from the get-go. I am loving this right now. All last year I said it's the people around him, it's the coaching. Fix that, and he will be fine. And so, brother, nobody's in a better spot than I am right now throughout all of this. I'm actually really happy for Tua because it's something that I talked about last year. Any relationship needs nurturing, dude. Whether it's your child, whether it's your dog, whether it's your girlfriend, your wife, your boss, your coworkers, every relationship needs nurturing. There has to be some kind of communication. There has to be some kind of connection. There has to be some support if you want people to work for you, work with you, and all that kind of stuff. And he never had that under Flores. And the environment has completely changed. And my Lord, wow, the player is actually looking like the guy in Alabama. Shocker. And to me, that's all I was talking about. Change the environment like trading places, my brother. It's just like trading places. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and I think there's, something to be said for that. And, when you're trying to figure out is someone a franchise quarterback or not, there's a lot of different ways to do it, but one way to really, really see is just give them good players and give them good coaching. That's the thing with Tua that's been interesting is like, we've known that he can throw on time, he can be accurate. We talked about the deep ball, but to kind of put it all together and have the actual artillery to go out and do it has been interesting. Now, I can't lie and say that I saw this coming. You may have, but I certainly didn't. But to see him now, the numbers he's put up, the way he's done it, the electric big plays. I mean, he is right now playing like one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. And, the Dolphins, I would say, obviously, nearly traded for Deshaun Watson. They're going to be happy they didn't, because that is, this is, if Tua keeps going in this direction, this would be an incredible thing for this franchise.
Rich Gannon. You're old enough. Bounced around. Gannon. Decent quarterback, maybe a little inaccurate at times, good athlete, but couldn't find his way in Kansas City, couldn't find his way in Minnesota. But all of a sudden, he lands in Oakland in the right system with the right coach, and the guy became an MVP.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's interesting that how the right environment at times, and he didn't have coaches that Flo was basically didn't want him. So that wasn't his issue. His issue was finding the right place for him, because as you know, Ian, tons of players end up in the wrong schemes with the wrong coaches, and then they go to the right scheme and the right coach, and then they play better. And it's really all about that sometimes. It's not so much about the player. It's about the system or the coaching that he's getting at that moment is not really complementary to his skills. And to me, I always bring up Rich Gannon like that, because I remember him bouncing around and we all thought he was just like a journeyman backup. And then, dude, the guy goes to Oakland and he becomes one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, it really does show you when you're trying to determine a quarterback's viability or ceiling or whatever, like how good they can be. You got to understand what you're looking at and what you're judging, right? Like, if you have a team that, like I was just talking to someone about Davis Mills with the Texans, right? Like, how good is he? Is he a franchise guy? Like, I don't know, because he doesn't have a good enough, skill group around him to really judge what he is. He's still learning, obviously, but you got to have those, other parts put together to really be able to judge. I was at the Giants game on Monday night watching Daniel Jones probably playing as well as he has in his tenure with the team. And you're still kind of not sure because he doesn't have any receivers. And Sterling Shepard goes down for the season with an ACL. That's getting worse. It's just, what you judge these guys by is kind of made complicated by the fact that they don't have a lot of – if you don't have a great support system around them.
I was, I had them 3-1 to start the season, but I had them losing last week and winning this week. Although leading up to the game last week, I picked the Dolphins because of all the injuries and everything and the momentum. I kind of liked it, and it ended up happening. So this week, here's where I'm torn, right? I'm torn because the 3 games are, by the way, they also exercise demons. 1, Tua for the 4th straight time beat Belichick. So you're kind of over this Patriot hump now if you're the Dolphins.
I mean, they already were.
Yeah, they already were. But, I mean, now that Tua's playing this well, forget about it. Now you're off and running. You're ahead of the Patriots now. And then the Baltimore Ravens have been kicking the Dolphins' ass for years. And last year, Tua comes off the bench to win the game. This year, they go there and they win, right? And now you've got the other demon that you just exercised. The Bills have been permanently kicking your ass for 7 straight times, and you found a way to win that game at home. So not only did you win 3 tough games, but you also won 3 games against teams that you have a dirty history against recently, and you're kind of like getting over that hump. There is no history. The Bengals mean nothing to you. But on the flip side, you're now 3-0. Everything is working. Your coach has come in and kind of changed the entire vibe. The quarterback's playing well. I'm not sure if there's a letdown because emotionally and mentally you've got to be exhausted going into this game on the road. Or do you find it? Do you dig deep down inside and go win? Because I think actually you're the better team overall, talent-wise. From top to bottom, I think Miami is better than the Bengals actually right now. Or do you go out there and win and say, dude, we got 10 days after this. We can do it. I don't know which one, and I can understand either one showing up on Thursday night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you're right. There's no rivalry with the Bengals, whatever, but things have changed a little bit in Cincinnati. They went to the Super Bowl last year. Everybody watched Joe Burrow. Everyone knows that Joe Burrow was one of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL. So if you're Tua, are you kind of like, maybe I am too? And it's funny, like Tua's not old, but we've talked about him so much, it feels a little bit like he's old. I wonder if he looks at a guy like Burrow and goes like, I'm as good as that. Like that could be me, so is there a little mini Tua rivalry there? And then just, the added, not that they need credibility, but the added credibility of beating the Bengals the year after they won the Super Bowl is something. Plus, the Dolphins are all about this year just kind of ascending. And to beat another really good team, including one that went to the Super Bowl, I think would be a really, really big step. I really do.
On the other side, they made a heavy, to Mike Brown's credit, one of the things that I've been very critical of that franchise for many, many years is that Mike Brown does not make the financial commitment to that fan base, and they deserve it. And he made it this offseason, actually. He spent some money, especially on the O-line.
Yeah.
But, Ian, it has not paid off. The kid is getting hit a lot. Now, I'm watching it too. It's funny. We kind of slammed Tua for this a couple weeks ago. Like, yo, Tua, the play's dead, bro. Let it go. Get sacked. Throw it out of bounds. Whatever. That's it. And Saban actually complained about that. Not complained. He enlightened everybody about it. He said, hey, his injuries actually are freakish injuries because the kid's hanging on to the ball too long, trying to make a play, and we've told him he's got to get rid of it. Yeah. Well, guess what? That's, I think, what's going on with Burrow a lot, too. It's not so much the line. I think he's at fault for some of these sacks. And, man, he's already suffered one knee injury. So what's going on there? Because either protection or the quarterback isn't protecting himself.
Well, I think it sort of goes hand in hand. And, a lot of the focus has been on the Cincinnati Bengals offensive line. They spent so much money in the offseason. That was a clear focus in free agency. Just get better on that offensive line, which is fine. I think they're an offensive line kind of finding itself doesn't happen. You don't just snap your fingers. So the fact that they've taken a couple weeks to get into it, that's fine. They didn't really have a preseason. I get it. Some of it is Burrow. He makes a lot of plays downfield. He makes a lot of plays late in plays when defenders are getting tired or maybe out of position. Like, there's a reason he takes advantage of what he takes advantage of, but the flip side is sometimes it means he gets hit. And I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get a balance between him saying, like, all right, if I hold the ball for a split second longer, maybe I'll make a play, versus like, if I hold the ball a split second longer, maybe I'll get hit really hard. So I think they're trying to
very big Benish. Very big Benish.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's definitely something to watch for on Thursday.
Dude, what's going on in New England? Another quarterback gets injured, but now apparently, and they're trying to hurry him back a little faster, and he wants to slow walk it a little bit more, wants to get a second opinion on that high ankle sprain. I believe your partner, Tom Pelissero, is the one that reported that. And there's a part of me, dude, that I think the wheels are coming off over there. And I think maybe pressure's ratcheting up a little bit internally for Belichick himself because, since Brady left, things haven't been nearly as rosy and your season hasn't started off very well. So I'm wondering how much of those kind of pressures are kind of going into this whole decision of how to handle this high ankle sprain that Mac Jones has.
I don't get the sense about pressure. I really don't. And I know it hasn't been totally great in New England, but they have a young quarterback and they're kind of trying to rebuild around him. It doesn't happen when you snap your fingers, and there's certainly a learning curve there too. So I think they are okay. If you look at the history, New England always starts like this. Always. They always look like this the first month of the season. And it's like they take the first month of the season just to really figure out what they have. So I think in the end, they're going to be fine. I don't know if they're hurrying him back as much as him wanting to be back. On the other hand, it really does help a young quarterback to sit and watch for a little bit. And if Mac Jones has to watch for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it is, I'm okay with that because in the end, it's going to be a net positive because he's going to watch someone else out there running his plays and what decisions he make and how to stay out of harm's way. Like, there could be a lot of good things that come from a quarterback just watching.
It's Brian Hoyer, the quarterback, my brother. I don't know if they win a game with Brian Hoyer. He's terrible. I think that's what it's all about. Hurry, get back, because we don't really have anybody. I've seen Brian Hoyer. He's not good. The last time he faced the Dolphins just annihilated him.
Yeah.
I just think if you're the Patriots, 4 weeks without Mac Jones, you can at least try to be competitive with Mac Jones. I don't know if you're even competitive with Brian Hoyer. That's just me.
Well, I mean, part of the issue is if you rush Mac back, then maybe he doesn't get all the way back. I think that's part of the issue. So, hopefully they make a smart medical decision along with football, and hopefully he doesn't come back until he's fully healthy. But that really is the fear, that you let something that's going on during the season, on the field affect what should be an off the field medical decision.
Who's the first undefeated team to lose? The Eagles or the Dolphins?
I'm not sure the Dolphins win tomorrow night. Tua's really banged up. He's got the back. Bengals played well last week. So my guess is the Dolphins probably lose first, but it's fine. I mean, you don't need, one loss is not going to kill you. And I'm not sure you need all the smoke that comes with being undefeated for a while. So that's my guess as far as how that goes. And I do think the Bengals are going to play well.
Yeah, 3-1 for any Dolphin fan, they have to be ecstatic. I mean, give me a break after those 4 games, and if they go 4-0, that's just going to be absolutely crazy. All right, you traveling this week?
No traveling. Home for Sunday. Everyone else is in London. I am in my basement, which is okay. I'm not bitter, but it's fun. We got a good Sunday because we got a 9:30 game, which is going to be just awesome, and I'm really looking forward to that.
I'm just glad it's not us at 9:30 because then I've got to be doing the pregame show at 7:30. So it's just yeah. So I'm glad that it's not the Miami Dolphins this year. Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet and catch him, of course, every week here doing his thing with the Red Recover look around the NFL. Ian, thank you, sir. As always, have a safe week, my friend. We'll catch up next week.
Thank you, man. Look forward to it. Take care.
You got it. There you go. Ian Rapoport, redrecover.com. Let me tell you something, folks. If you're dealing with chronic pain, maybe an injury, maybe a surgery, Red Recover, and for working out. Oh, man, you want to optimize your workouts before and after. Red light therapy can do it for you, folks. Redrecover.com. It's all natural, okay? Red light therapy is all natural. There are no side effects whatsoever. So kids can use it. The dogs can use it. Okay. There you go. Sean Stanley is using it. That's his knee wrap right there that he uses to get it going. I'm telling you, man, it is awesome. And he's got a terrible knee because it's bone on bone from jumping out of airplanes. All right. Yeah, that's not good. You know what I'm saying? So look at that, and it's able to relieve his pain and get the blood flow going, help me grow hair. Folks, I mean, listen, how about this? You got a scar, you just had an operation or some kind of an injury, that actually helps heal scars and makes them disappear. Red light therapy is just absolutely amazing. Check it out for yourself. Go to redrecover.com, use our code Big O. You will get 10% off. Go to the website, redrecover.com.
You You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Look Around the NFL with Ian Rapoport from the NFL Network. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O for 10% off. The RedRecover.com Look Around the NFL with Ian Rapoport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley.
All right. Yes, sir. We are back. We're back. And you know, the line is now 4 points. It's gone up. So they're favoring Cincinnati even more. But that's all right, because Vegas underestimated them in Baltimore. They underestimated them against the Bills. And they're doing it again against Cincinnati. What's up there?
No, I was going to say, I think a lot of that goes with what Tua said in his press conference, that his back is hurting enough to where it hurts when he turns around to hand the ball off. So I think they're playing. Again, I don't know if the Dolphins are playing it up either, but you lose Tua and you got Teddy Bridgewater in there. You kind of saw what that looked like.
We're done. Yeah, we're done. You've been with me long enough. You know I don't believe in Teddy Bridgewater. I mean, love the kid, all that, great backup for you. He's a very poor starter. He's not really a starter in the NFL. I've tried to tell people that many times that try to, push that bullshit with me on Teddy. And I get it. He's a phenomenal young man, local and all that, and the emotions. And I get it. Some of you out there don't have the balls to really be objective. And so you lean on the emotion, but I can't do that. That's not my job. Yes, sir.
Leon Fresco nailed it, man.
What do you say?
He said, Big O, the spread changed because the Bengals have Hayden Hurst and have Red Recover, and the Dolphins do not.
That is true. That is true. But Hayden can optimize it and all that, but, Miami's going to get after his quarterback, so they won't be able to get it to Hayden. That's the problem there. You know what I'm saying? So Hayden will get another workout after the game on his own because, during the Dolphin game, he's just, And listen, if they want to go to 4, that's fine. I'm taking the Dolphins again. I think the Dolphins are going to win, actually. I think this team is going to win. I think Tua's going to play. I think he's going to ball out. And by the way, saying all of that, Sean, they upgraded him to limited yesterday. So come on, man. And for those of you that don't know, all right, limited Tua, X-Men went up to limited. Robert Hunt with the shin, Brandon Jones with the chest, and Waddle with the groin, all limited. Holland with the neck, Little with the finger, upgraded to full participants. Armstead resting with the toe. Ethan Carter's out with the concussion, and Hunter Long also limited. Raekwon limited with the knee. Cedric Wilson also with the ribbon toe limited. Kader Kohu ankle limited, and Zach Sealer limited with the hand. They're all going to play pretty much, except for Ethan Carter, but they're all going to play. This team is 3-0. This team believes in each other. They get along. I walk into that locker room. Ask Sean. He walks into that locker room. Those guys are smiling, vibing, hanging, joking with each other, playing ping pong. There's a true connection going on right now with that team, and there's momentum. And when we talk about momentum, that is a beautiful role to be on in anything. I don't care if you're rolling the dice and craps. I don't care if you're playing football. I don't care if you're batting and you're in a groove. It doesn't matter what it is. You're a salesperson. You're in a groove. And you don't want to disturb that groove. And I think that's where the Dolphins are right now. And they kind of see like, hey, let's go all out here, and then we get 10 days off. And knowing McDaniel after Thursday, they'll all check in on Friday, and then they won't have to come back till probably Wednesday. They'll probably give them the whole weekend off. Monday, people can come in to get any kind of treatment that they want, and Tuesday, and then Wednesday, they'll get back to it again, and they'll give them plenty of days off. I'm pretty sure of that. If you win and everything, obviously. If you lose, then, you'll get a few days off, but they'll probably bring you back on Tuesday or something like that, or Monday to start working out and getting into the following week. But yeah, it's I just think that it's one of those where he'll be fine, and I think he'll play. He's a tough dude, man. He's a tough dude. That's the thing that's overlooked about Tua over and over and over and over again. And all you have to do is look at his history, and he bounces back, man. He's a tough guy. So we'll see what happens, but I expect him to play tomorrow, and I expect him to play well tomorrow because I think he's that kind of person that does that. Big O, saludos desde Mexico. I think the media hates Tua the same way they hate Giannis because he's not American like Herbert or Burrow. What do you think? Fins up. Chris Sims says Chris Sims is an idiot. It's not so much that Chris Sims is a moron. Forget about just being a Tua hater. Just listen to him. He doesn't belong anywhere on the air. But whatever, man. Are you talking about Giannis? I don't think Giannis is hated at all. I think everybody loves Giannis. I think people appreciate Giannis because he's like this unassuming superstar. Hell, when he went to go order his chicken nuggets and he ordered 50 or whatever, I forgot how it went or whatever, I think people love Giannis. I do. I disagree with you on that one. I appreciate you listening to us and keeping it locked here from Mexico. But if you're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo, I disagree with you. The Tua thing is a lot of just ignorance is all it is because he's short. That's it. And he's had a lot of injuries and stuff. And so people think that, and because he's not built like a 6'4", 6'5" quarterback, he can't be a quarterback. And they just seem to forget that quarterbacks come in all kinds of sizes. And I remember when I've said in the past that, no, he's like Drew Brees. Oh, no, Drew Brees had a better arm. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. And neither did Joe Montana. Tua's arms as good as those guys, maybe even better. But to me, it's you just forget that they come in different sizes and you limit yourself. And that's what's happened with Tua. Tua's a lot of ignorance. And people, you corner yourselves into, no, this is how a quarterback looks like. No, they don't. They look like all kinds of things. They don't always look like a 6'5" deer that can throw it out of the stadium. No, they all don't look like that. And that doesn't make you a great quarterback either because you're 6'5" and you can run a 4.4 and you can throw it for 85 yards downfield. That doesn't make you a franchise quarterback. That just says you have physical abilities to be a franchise quarterback. Doesn't mean you actually can or actually will be a franchise quarterback. So the Tua thing, that's all it is. But as long as Tua's playing tomorrow, I'm picking the Dolphins. I'm taking the 4 points. In fact, I think I might go to Bet US now and just do it already. Okay? Do it already. PPL probably, people probably hate him because he's small, nice, and went to Alabama. The nice part, too. We hate nice people. We make fun of Russell Wilson. That's how we do that. We make fun of Tim Tebow. We do that all the time. I've talked about that a few times. Devin Jordan, thank you for the love once again on the Super Chat. Big O, if the Dolphins somehow win this game on a short week of practice, all banged up with key players injured, nobody can say a damn thing. You know, Devin Jordan, at this point, nobody should be saying a damn thing. Okay? At this point, people need to shut up. If you were talking crap about Tua, you just need to shut up, dude. Shut up. Shut up. Wait till you actually have some proof. You know, like the people that say, oh, the election was rigged. Where's your proof? You know, because that's kind of how it is. Let's make claims with zero proof. We have no proof, but we'll keep making claims. You know, that's kind of the way it is. You got to have some proof. So right now, for you Tua haters, Tua disbelievers, you have no proof. So shut up already. Wait till, I guess, he screws up in your eyes a whole bunch of times. Then you can stand up and say, see, you're wrong. But right now, you have no proof. Nothing. And those of us that believed in him from the get-go and told you he was a franchise quarterback, we have all the proof. Okay? So, it is what it is. Pat in Asheville says, people hate good doers. They tend to polarize people. Just look at Bono for an example. Great human being and an artist, and some people hate him. Yeah, Bono is hated like crazy. I'm a monster U2 fan. Bono is hated like crazy. And all he does is great stuff. The one organization, everything that goes on, he's a hell of a philanthropist. He fights for all kinds of causes, and he's constantly picked on, dude. Yeah, you're right. That's a great example. Like, there's really, you hate Bono. Why? Because he's famous? Because he's super successful? Because he's freaking awesome? Because he fights for people that can't fight for themselves? Because he helps people that can't help themselves? Is that why you hate him? I'm sorry. You hate him because his music's absolutely phenomenal? You hate him because he's a first ballot Hall of Famer? I'm not exactly sure why Bono is hated by anybody. You hate him why? Because he has access to powerful people and they're willing to listen to him, whether it's governments or the UN or anybody else? Is that why you hate him? The fact that they give him a voice, well, he's using that voice not to get a concert somewhere. No, he's using that voice to help people who can't help themselves. That's a great example there. I'm always baffled by the people. Oh, I hate Bono. Really? Why? And how? What happened? He didn't give you an autograph or something? I mean, you know. So, yeah, that's a great one. It's a fantastic one. We do hate do-goers, or what is it? Good doers or whatever. Yeah, we do hate them. Terry says, Big O, I wish you could go on First Take and crush Mad Dog Russo. The man just said he's not sold on Tua because his arm isn't strong enough. Well, you know, that ridiculous shit goes on all the time. What can I tell you? It's not just a Mad Dog thing. There's plenty of fools that say the same thing. It's just ridiculous shit. That's all. And I've crushed them all already as it is. And we're in the process. So it's all good. Karen says, haters keep moving the goalposts. They stopped comparing Tua to McCorkle Jones. Now they're comparing him to Jalen Hurts. Next, they will compare him to Elway and then move up to God. Trick 808 says, every time Dolphins win, they say, let's see how they play the next game. They beat the Ravens. Let's see how they play the Bills. They beat the Bills. Now let's see how they face the Bengals and the defense. Yeah. It's true. It's the same shit as always. Yep. And U2 shows are amazing, Jared. You are correct, sir. You are correct. They are cathartic. Okay? They are a religious experience going to a U2 show. You walk out of a U2 show and you say, man, I feel good. You know, there's just something in me that feels good. Tua's arm strength's not good enough yet. He throws a bullet to Craycraft TD SM is shaking my head and throws deep to Hill. Look at Jamarcus Russell. Big cannon. Where'd that get him? Well, the big cannon helps him, drink what is it, Surzup or whatever? Yeah. Yeah. Jamarcus Russell, big, strong, great arm, and he's not even a fraction of the quarterback Tua is. Dougie says, I vote that we rush the hell out of that O-line and run the damn ball. Never mind, just win, damn it. Well, I'll tell you, pass rush is going to be very interesting in this game because you can hit Joe Burrow. You can hit him. And let me give you some facts here. Now, facts and stats, but the question is, how much more will the Dolphins step up this week in this kind of position? And let me explain. So the Bengals have given up a ton of sacks already for Joe Burrow. 15 sacks already in the first 3 games. So they're averaging 5 sacks per game as an offensive line. Now, this week, the Jets only got 2. But the Jets are 27th in the league so far through the 3 games with only 5 sacks. Dallas got 6 sacks. Now they're number 1 in the NFL in sacks. Pittsburgh ended up getting 7 sacks. Now they're number 8 in the NFL in sacks. The Dolphins are 24 in sacks. They do have people that can get after it. The question is this the week where the Dolphins get actually a little bit more healthy when it comes to sacks? Josh Allen, very difficult man to capture and to corral and to bring down, hard to sack. Lamar Jackson, elusive, hard to sack. Mac Jones, a little more sackable because he's in the same place more often than not. So it's been kind of a challenge for Miami in 2 out of the 3 in the first couple of games. Well, you're going to have more of a stationary guy in Joe Burrow, just like you had with Mac Jones. Will Miami boost their sack total this week on Thursday because they are ranked 24th in the NFL with only 6 sacks? That's the question. Dallas has 13. Miami has 6. Pittsburgh has 9. Miami has 6. So this is, and like I said, Dallas has 13. 6 came from that game against the Bengals. Pittsburgh has 9. 7 came from that game against the Bengals. The Jets, they suck at rushing the passer. They've got 5, and they only picked up 2. So Miami only has 6 through 3 games. They haven't done a lot of sacking. We're going to find out if they can put some pressure on Joe Burrow this Thursday night. It's there. The opportunity is there for you. Let's hope that they can do it. Let's hope so. I was looking at something now that just came up on Twitter, and see here. Oh, there we go. There we go. I wonder if this would be, because I like watching this guy a lot. He is funny, smart, obviously the kind of smarts that I could never ever have. But this is one where I might take the wife because he is hilarious. So an evening with Neil deGrasse Tyson, Monday, October 31st. Your personal astrophysicist will be discussing his new book, Starry Messenger, Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization. This is like, I don't know if you guys ever watched this guy, but he is smart, super smart, witty as hell, entertaining to talk about a subject that could be boring at times, but Neil makes that subject just absolutely enlightening. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope the wife's maybe not even listening, but this is she might like that show. I might take her to that one. That one's pretty cool. I like that. You ever seen him, Sean, talk about space and the world and the effects of all kinds of stuff that are going on in our world, whether it's from the stars to storms to global warming and all that. You ever watch Neil at all? He's awesome, dude. He is just absolutely awesome. Awesome. Maybe I'll go to that one. That looks like a really good show to go to. Ron says Agba's going to go off. I hope so. I hope so. Polly King 305 says, wow, the line for the Tua train is getting long. Sorry, folks. We're already chugging along to Arizona. Yeah. You folks aren't allowed on the Tua train, by the way. Yeah, that's for the people that are loyal, that didn't fall for the FUD. Like when we talk about, in crypto, that there's a lot of FUD, that people, they don't really, they pay attention to too many people that actually don't know anything about it. Or there are some people that do know about it, and they want to scare the crap out of you because they want to hog it up for themselves at lower prices. That kind of stuff. Yeah. Leon says, you will be able to get tickets for $5. He was recently canceled for some women's issues. Really? No way. He's involved in some kind of stuff like that? Wow. Okay. I didn't know anything about that. I got to look it up. You got me on that one. Usually I'm on top of that kind of stuff. He's one of the people I would choose if I could go have lunch with 3 people. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, me too, actually. He's awesome. He's fantastic. Rages says, look up Neil deGrasse Tyson's interview with Stephen Colbert. Funniest interview I've ever seen. I can imagine. Neil's awesome. Awesome. Telling you. Keyshawn and Jeff Saturday, straight Tua haters. I normally like Jeff Saturday. I didn't know he was a Tua hater. Keyshawn he's worthless. You can tell he's just, he's just living off former player. I've seen those dudes. I've worked with those dudes. They put no work in it, and they just live off of former player, and they think they can live off former player. Hell, I've run into former players that think they can actually do radio shows because they're former players. And the problem is when you're lazy, you got no shot at actually doing a good radio show. But that happens. There's plenty of former players who are just lazy. What are you going to do? And Keyshawn is one of those obvious ones. Jamie says, Big O Baldy said it best. Forget about the stats. Stats are for losers. Miami stays undefeated. I'm with you there. Big O, I'm a huge fan of Neil. Me too. So I'm surprised with the fresco thing that he said of Degrassi being in some kind of trouble. You missed my super chat, Big O. Oh, I'm sorry, Frankie. Did I? Oh, there it is. AEW Wednesday, Tony Storm versus Serena Deeb. I think, in honor of Ian, unfortunately, laying the wood on us today, I'm going to go with Tony Storm. I got to pick somebody named Storm over Serena, so there you go. Now, if it was Serena Williams in that Wonder Woman outfit, which, by the way, she looks great in that Wonder Woman outfit. Okay? Just saying. She looks fantastic in that. That's a killer commercial. But no, I'm going to go with Tony Storm here. You like my selection? Oh, Sean likes my selection of Tony Storm. Now, do you like it because I picked Storm because of, Hurricane Ian? Or do you like it because you think I actually picked the right one? Which one is it?
It's both. I think you picked the right one, but I like the way you make your decision.
There you go. See, this is the way when I go to horse races with the wife. That's all we do. My wife says, "Oh, that's a pretty horse. I like that one. Let's bet on that one." Sure, honey. I mean, the woman wins half the time. That's what am I going to do? Oh, his coat is so shiny. Bet on that one. Okay, sweetheart. There you go. I mean, what am I going to do? Look at the odds? Like, I'm not Hank Oberg, rest in peace. And I'm not Ed Kaplan or anything. I'm not going to be able to figure that stuff out. I'm just going to look at it and go, oh, whatever. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, whatever. Catch the caballo by the hoof. That's it. I'll take that one. Big O radio show. Tua haters slowly being quieted. However, there are some, like Keyshawn, who no matter what Tua does, will still find a reason to hate. Fins up. Well, that's because he's probably the tool that the producers are using. Like, hey, somebody's got to play the hater. And so then maybe that's why Keyshawn's doing that. I have no idea. That's the reason why I tell you guys those shows are all bullshit. Because they're just doing stuff to get a rise out of you. And people aren't really talking about what they believe in. And they're just like taking sides. And it's like short little movie scenes. And then people have to take a role. So the producers set up the scene. And then the actors then take the roles. And then they play a role. And that's all you're watching. So you're really not watching real sports talk. Like what goes on this platform, where we don't do things for shtick, where we don't do things for clicks, where we don't do things to troll. That's not what we do things for. We do things because we're actually talking about them. And if we're really concerned about it, we'll tell you. And if we really like it, we'll tell you. And if somebody's doing something really good, we'll bore you with it. But we're not going to invent controversy or create controversy just because we want to get more downloads. Not doing that. Okay? We'll get downloads by just doing good sports talk. Making people think about things they never thought of. Making them laugh. Pissing them off a little bit because you gave them the truth that might hurt a little bit. That's what you're supposed to do in sports talk, in talk, period, in order to connect with people. But don't fool them. Don't manipulate them. Don't mislead them. And that's the shit that goes on in sports, in politics, in entertainment, whatever. And that's what they do. They create, this is a real controversial subject. All right. You're going to take this side, you take this side, whatever, and all that. And that's it. And even if you don't believe in it, you might be arguing the against just for the hell of it. Bullshit. Is Big O slowly becoming a wrestling expert? Oh, I'm already there. What are you talking about? I'm a wrestling expert and fan. I mean, come on. This show is a one-stop shop, and it's great. Well, thank you, Ron. That's very nice of you. Very nice of you. Sean, it happens here and there. I don't know if it's a YouTube thing that it has filters for certain words. I'll let you know when it happens again. Thanks. What's that?
No, me and Jaime are going back. He sent a thing saying one of his messages just disappeared. I don't know that we have anything set up to why it would happen, so I just told him, keep me updated, let me know.
Okay. It wasn't us, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. I said we don't have anything set up, so.
Especially Jamie, who's one of our pillars of stability, bro. He's awesome. The Rio O 305 says the worst part about Calturd is that Tua's hate is that he was on Tua's The Prophecy documentary. So disrespectful. Yeah, it's just professional troll, my man. That's what the man is, a professional troll. It's not really sports talk, it's troll talk. It's what they do, but that's what goes on in 80% of our business. They're just trolling whatever fan base of whatever subject it is. If it happens to be the Dolphins or the Cowboys or whatever it is, all of that. That's the way of life nowadays. What you're watching on ESPN and on Fox and all that, it's a bunch of producers meeting with the talent saying, okay, we're going to talk about this. Who's going to take this side? Who's going to take that side? And half those hosts are arguing things that they don't even believe in. And they're trolling things that they don't even believe in. They just want to troll. And the producers set all this stuff up because they know which are the hot button subjects, what's exploding on social media, what are people reacting to. So then they feed those monsters on their shows. That's what they do. That's what they're doing. It's not legitimate sports talk. It's not people that are actually telling you what they like and what they don't like. Like, we got Matt Verderam coming up now. Go listen to his podcast. He doesn't do any of that to freaking troll your ass. He's going to tell you exactly what he likes, what he doesn't like, and he's going to write about what he likes and what he doesn't like. He doesn't do it to get in your craw. Oh, let me see if I can create this controversy or get that. No, he's going to tell you what he likes and he doesn't like. That's why I like having him on. And that's why in this platform, we don't do any of that trolling and creating crap, even if the person doesn't even believe in it. But they're just being the negative person, the what's that word that I'm looking for? The not the antagonist, but forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, let's step in to the huddle now. Our redrecover.com huddle with Matt Verderam right now.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmith in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
All right, there he is, Matt Verderam. How you doing, my man? Good morning, sir.
I am good. More importantly, how are you with all the weather that's headed toward Florida?
Yeah, we've been getting some rain and some wind. Sean, our producer, is a little flooded more over in Miami Gardens. So we're on the East Coast. We're not expecting nearly as bad as our friends on the West Coast. They're going to get absolutely pounded. But I would imagine that this afternoon and this evening, we're going to get a crap ton of rain and some gusts and things like that. But so far, we're all right. Matt, the people I worry about now is our friends in Naples and Marco Island and leading up to St. Petersburg, up to Tampa. And the West Coast of Florida is the one that's really, they say 16-foot surge is coming to Naples. I mean, that's that's criminal, dude. That's devastating stuff that's coming. So prayers to our people in the West Coast.
Yes.
We're gonna go through some stuff, but nothing like our friends in the West Coast, man. It's and these storms, dude. They're bringing more and more rain because of the climate change and everything.
Yes.
Like there's just the heat up in the air is just building way more humidity. So that's why we're seeing flash floods everywhere, man. You know, I was at Heat Media Day, and we have a rookie named Orlando Robinson. So and you're around athletes, so you know how it is. Most of these athletes, not all of them, but most of them live in life with blinders.
Yeah.
They don't really watch everything that's going on. And so the kid's from Vegas, okay? I'm not from Vegas. You're not from Vegas. But I bet you saw the flash flooding inside the Vegas Strip in the hotels, right?
Yeah.
All right. He didn't see that. He didn't know about that. So we played it for him in the middle of the interview. He was like, holy crap, I didn't know. I called my mom, and she's like, oh, no, everything's fine. We're all good. And I go, your mom didn't ever tell you about the flash floods in Vegas? And he goes, no, man, I had no idea. So it's just, it's crazy stuff. All right, what is crazy, so Sunday you were tweeting something out in the middle of the Colts game or something. I'm like, dude, relax. You're playing the Colts.
You could see it coming. You could see it coming. It was one of those games, like if you're a fan of any NFL team, okay, there are times that by like the end of the first quarter, you just know, you're like, this game is going to be a crap fest all the way through. And like the Chiefs game, you know, look, we'll get the Dolphins and Bills and frankly, it was much more entertaining.
Yeah.
But I mean,
no, but this is great. There's a lot of storylines to all this. Keep going.
The Chiefs, like, very rarely is a game decided by a kicker. If the Chiefs have Harrison Butker, they win that game by 10 points. It's not even a problem. But they don't have Harrison Butker because he's got a sprained ankle. So they have Matt Amendola, which why they signed Matt Amendola, who kicked atrociously last year for the Jets, is beyond me. They bring him in. He was fine against the Chargers. Well, this week, misses a 34-yard field goal, misses an extra point. Because he missed the extra point on their first touchdown of the game, they ran a fake field goal. It would have been a 41-yard attempt on 4th and 7. That it was doomed to fail the second they snapped the ball. Why, if you're going to do that, like, why don't you just leave Mahomes out on the field in 4th and 7? Like, let him go out there and handle it. But not that he was great on Sunday, but he was a hell of a lot better than anybody at special teams. And then to top it all off, Sky Moore, who's actually done a really nice job returning punts this year, muffs a punt at his own 4-yard line, which my thing is, look, muffs happen. Why are you fielding the ball at the 4-yard line? Which is a coaching point that they've never apparently talked. Because McCall Hardman used to do this for years and years and years. And then they're running kicks out of the end zone. They have Chris Jones take a personal foul late in the game. They would have won despite all of this if Chris Jones doesn't get called for unsportsmanlike conduct for talking to Matt Ryan on 4th and 13. It was anything you could imagine that they could do to beat themselves for 60 solid minutes. They did it. Like, if it came out that they bet on the Colts money line before the game, you'd be like, okay, that makes more sense. I mean, that's what it looked like. It was unbelievable. So they now are 2-1.
It was just entertaining following you on Twitter on it. That's
like, how is this? And they still almost won. By the way, anyone who thinks like the Colts are good, go watch that game and try to come away with it. The Colts are brutal.
Yeah,
brutal. Jonathan Taylor couldn't do anything. Matt Ryan was terrible. The offensive line was terrible. The Chiefs just donated the game. It was one of the most ridiculous losses I've ever seen them have under Andy Reid.
Now, let's get to the storyline. The exchange between Bieniemy and Mahomes, and then Mahomes downplayed it. So you saw, what everybody else saw and all that stuff. Now, here's the question the layer that I had on top of that I got to ask you is this what we see behind? Is this the problem maybe behind the scenes why Bieniemy never gets a job? Because, now I'm seeing your disagreement with your quarterback, and Mahomes, obviously the champ that he is, he's not going to really reveal what the hell, if there's any difference between those two. But, I start to see that. And then I see the fact that every time he goes out for interviews, and every one of us talks about, like, okay, every other assistant of his gets a damn job.
Why isn't he getting the job?
Why isn't he getting a job? Because, dude, I mean, Andy Reid's tree is freaking fruitful.
Yeah.
It's not like the Belichick rotten ass tree, dude.
No,
like this one produces.
It
so
does.
what happens? And then you see this exchange, and you just wonder, is there more behind the scenes that we don't know? That's what came to me. Not so much their difference, not so much all that. I think that'll be all water under the bridge. But I just wonder the deeper part of it for Bieniemy, because it's a strange story that he doesn't get a job.
Yeah, look, I think you're right, by the way. Like, their disagreement at halftime, I don't think matters. Like, I mean, coaches and players disagree all the time. And it really, truly, if you watch the clip, it really was not like heated. It was just them arguing. But Mahomes just wanted to basically try to go for it at the end of the half. And the Chiefs were so bad the first half of the game, they're like, no, let's just sit on it and go in the locker room. Which, quite honestly, I actually agreed with. In that moment, they were so horrific the first half of the game. But to your point, so I've heard people say, well, it's because Andy calls the plays and everybody knows that, which is true. He does call the plays. But that makes no sense to me, because Matt Nagy's gotten jobs, right? And Doug Peterson got a job, and none of them call plays in Kansas City either. Okay, so that argument holds no water. I throw that out. There's also been talk in league circles that, look, some of this is because of his history and stuff that happened in Boulder when he was at Colorado, and that's a problematic situation. I think there's some truth to that. I think the bigger truth, though, with Bieniemy is, look, I do believe that this is not breaking news, but he's a very intense individual. I think for some players, that's great, and that's what they need. Like Travis Kelce loves Eric Bieniemy because of that. Some guys, they don't jive with that. And I think with Bieniemy, like a guy like Nathaniel Hackett, forget skin color for a second, but I think like Hackett, he's like bubbly and he's got a million ideas. And he's excitable and he's a great guy to like trot out, because he's never going to have a moment in a press conference where he's like really like in your face. Bieniemy is, if you're going to hire Eric Bieniemy, you have to take the good and the bad. And what I mean by that is, I think Eric Bieniemy is a very good coach. I really do. And I think he should have a job. I also think he is the kind of person that he is an acquired taste for some people because of how in your face he can be. And I think some owners, who, let's face it, are old guard in most cases, are very put off by that. They don't want that. They want the guy who's going to go out there and be very cookie cutter.
Dude, we just went through it. Just went through it.
Yeah.
We went from Flores to the guy that you're talking about that players now need to relate to, in Mike McDaniel.
I think with Bieniemy,
and Flores was that guy that he was, edgy, that he was old school.
He's rough and he's gruff. And look, I personally, I like that in a coach, but I'm not a team owner. Okay. And I think too, look, it all depends too, like the tenor of your team and the leaders of your team and what do they relate to better. I think with Bieniemy, it's the stuff in his background from Boulder. And it's also, I think some people, again, and by some people, I mean owners in the NFL, look at his general persona, and I think they worry, like, are they going to clash? Are they going to be, now you want to throw the racism component in there. That's fine. I'm here to hear that as well. But I think a lot of it is his personality, I think, scares some people off. I don't think it should. I really think he'd be a very good head coach. Because the one argument I hate, like I said at the top, is when people say, well, he doesn't call plays. Well, nobody who's come out of Kansas City calls plays. Andy Reid runs that organization. Like, let's just be honest about it. And I think Bieniemy gets unfairly penalized for some of the stuff that people bring up.
Yeah. And by the way, McDaniel was calling the running plays in the last year.
Right.
But he wasn't really calling offensive plays for years in San Francisco. No, it was the last year where he was like really like Shanahan would go, I want a running play here. What do you want to do, Mike? And so then Mike tells him, all right, I want to do this, because he was the run game coordinator. You know what I mean? So and how's it working out for him now? Pretty good, right? So, I'm with you on that. Yeah, it's one of those that if you're around the guy long enough and you're doing it, you're kind of calling your own plays in the middle of the game as it is. Because even when the coach is calling a play, you probably in your headset are going, I might have called this one instead, and then you would have seen what would have happened and all those kind of things. So McDaniel talks about it all the time, how he was preparing for this job constantly by doing his job, and then kind of living through Shanahan and watching him do his job. So it's all the same thing. All right, so let's move over to those red hot Miami Dolphins, who are now 3-0 after the win against the Bills.
Yep.
Are you a believer yet in the Dolphins? Where are they now? Because A lot of people were wondering about this first 4-game stretch of theirs, and now they're 3-0 through this stretch. That's a bitch, dude.
No, they've been great. I have them top 5 in my power rankings, and I think they you could even argue could be higher. We talked about it before the season started. I said I really want to see how they played through these first 4 games because I thought they were a big test. I thought they should beat the Pats, and then it was okay. Can they win one of the next 3? Well, they've won 2 of them. So, and they might go for a clean sweep on Thursday. We'll see how it plays out. They could absolutely.
Hey, listen. You say the power rankings. Let's just go talent by talent. Who's better, Miami or the Bengals?
Oh, I would think
better
the
roster?
overall roster. Miami's got a better roster,
Right?
Now, look,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So here's my full picture of the Dolphins. I think defensively they've got to be much better. Okay, they have given up a ton of points to let's throw out New England because New England can't score a point on anybody. They're run by a special teams coordinator. Okay, like the Ravens. Now Lamar Jackson's having an unbelievable year, but they hung 38 points on Miami. Now the Bills game's an interesting game. Because you look at it point-wise and go, well, they held them to 19, which, by the way, that's what matters. Like, you held them on the scoreboard to 19 points. Okay.
Can I give you something? As you're making that point, I want to enlighten you on something because you're right. But then to a certain extent, the defense actually does its job. Listen to this. They have allowed in the first half of games this year, 59 points. Okay. In the second half, 18 points.
Yes, much better after halftime.
Exactly. Their first quarter, 3, 7, and 7 in the 3 games. The second quarter is their bugaboo. 14, 21, and 7.
Yep.
In the third quarter, 3, 7, and 3. In the fourth quarter, 0, 3, and 2. So while Lamar lit it up, he could only muster 3 points in the fourth quarter and 7 in the third. So his 28 points came in the first half, and one of them was a special teams return, actually. So really, and I think that 7 was his run that he broke out, I think that's what it was in the third quarter. And then this past week, 3 and 2, like you don't really
a lot of whatever.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But as a team, I'm saying and I'm not saying defense, just as a team, total points there. So it's strange. You're right. They are bending, but they're really not breaking. They're making the plays. Like you saw it, Josh Allen towards the end. That secondary stepped up all of a sudden and started knocking down passes and covering guys. And you're like, holy shit, they came up with the plays. So it's strange. You're right. You look at the stats and they look terrible. But then the fourth quarter stats, oh my God, it's like 2 in the fourth quarter.
It speaks to being well coached. You're better in the second half than you are in the first half. It also and the ability to adjust. It also speaks to conditioning. Okay. The Bills in that game. Now look, the Bills are in Buffalo, New York. Okay. Miami's in Miami. Like the humidity matters. Cramping, like the Bills were cramping like crazy in that game. They could not stay on the field. They were done.
That's not their fault. That would have happened to any team in the North.
Agreed. But my point is the Dolphins are ready for their surroundings. Okay.
Yes.
The Dolphins were prepared to deal with that heat. That heat's played a factor as long as the Dolphins have been a franchise. Okay. And you need to, it's the same when the Dolphins go to Buffalo in December, you got to be prepared for the snow and the cold and the wind and all the rest of it, right? That's part
Green Bay, we call it the frozen tundra.
Yeah. You have to be able to take advantage of your elements if you have them, whether it's hot in September or it's cold in December. And the Dolphins are.
And by the way, Lori Lightfoot, are you listening?
Are
you listening, sweetheart? Chicago doesn't need a roof, sweetheart. They need the elements.
Minnesota playing in a dome is a travesty. But I mean, that is the dumbest thing. I don't get people like, well, the fans. It's just the hell with the fans. They're going to show me the way.
Yeah,
put a coat on. Look,
put a damn coat on, bro. I mean, create an advantage for your team.
It's so bad. If they ever put a roof over Arrowhead, I'll cry. But look, the point being, so the Dolphins are well conditioned. They're well coached. The other part of it is, look, everybody wants to point like, oh, well, Tua didn't even throw for 200 yards. Okay, fine. Tua executed what he was supposed to. And by the way, the best throw of that game was on 3rd and 22. And look, the Bills, everybody, well, they had secondary guys. Okay, fine. They had good coverage. Like it wasn't perfect coverage, obviously. Waddle got behind them, but like that throw had to be a very good throw. If it's not right on him, it's broken up or it's intercepted. And Tua put it right on him. And it was good protection by the line.
The Craycraft touchdown was a dart that he threw.
Great throw. But to me,
And
I mean,
let me tell you something. The throw where he got injured, where they pushed him back, that third down throw, he was off balance and he zipped it in there, which is not his thing. That
right.
he makes the throw like that 20 yards downfield off balance. That's not his thing. Okay, so that was a nice throw also.
He played well. And look, everybody will point to Buffalo at 500 yards. That's a lot of yards. I mean, it is what it is. But Buffalo also ran 90 plays. Like Buffalo, that's to me the bigger problem. But Buffalo ran. That is the one thing on Thursday I'm curious to see. We talked about Miami's conditioning. They were on the field defensively for 90 plays in very, very humid conditions. How do they respond on a short week? I think the offense will be fine. Defensively, how do they respond? But I thought, listen, the bottom line is they won. They won the game. Like that is in the NFL. That's nothing else matters. Did you win or did you lose? Right? Like everybody here at this point knows, even though I cover the league nationally. Yes, I grew up a Chiefs fan. They played the Chargers on week 2. Like Mahomes threw 2 balls that should have been picked off, but they weren't. The Chargers dropped the ball twice, and the Chiefs picked it off and ran 100 yards with it. Like that's football. You need to execute. The Bills, by the way, for as good as they are, did not execute late in either one of the halves. They executed horribly at the end of the first half. They executed badly at the end of the fourth quarter. They don't get out of bounds. They don't get themselves in position to get a field goal. That's part of it. The Dolphins executed well enough to win. Yardage is great. It means nothing if you don't execute. The Bills missed a field goal late in the game that they should have hit. All these things happen. The Dolphins made enough plays. Look, do I think if the Bills and the Dolphins played 10 times that the Bills probably win 6 of them? Yeah, probably. But they didn't win the other day. And to me, the Dolphins, I will say this. I came into the year thinking they were a borderline playoff team. They're definitely better than that. The Dolphins are clearly a team that's going to make the playoffs. I think they're going to be in the conversation in the AFC East. And let me also say real quick, the one thing I would be concerned about long-term if I'm a Bills fan, can you ever win a close game? The Bills have this.
I did not know that stat until after that game. That what are they like one? I think Josh Allen's like 1-7 in games under 6 points or some crap like that.
In their last 7 games, and Nick Wright, give him credit over at Fox Sports, he pulled this out. At least that's where I saw it. They're 0-7 in their last 7 games, decided by a score. Now the Bills have this tendency. Look, they're explosive and they can run away from you. But when they get into games where they have to play situational football, it becomes a major issue. I mean, let's talk about, look, last year in the playoffs, they play the Pats, they blow them out, right? I mean, everything goes right. They kill them.
They're front runners. They're front runners.
Then they played Kansas City and got into a game where they had to coach well and execute at the end of the game. They lost. Like that kind of stuff, that is one concern I have. And by the way, Miami on the flip side has shown they can execute in these very tight games against really good teams. It's not like they're executing against Houston. Okay. They're executing against Baltimore.
That's a big ass deficit in Baltimore, bro.
That stuff matters. Like when you can execute in the last 5 minutes of a close game against good teams, home or away, that's how you win playoff games. Like that's how you win divisions. Okay. That is the one thing. Like Buffalo is going to blow out teams that are bad, teams they match up well with. What happens? Like this week, I'm interested when they play Baltimore. Now, what happens in that game? You have to execute. If you can't do that, you've got a problem, no matter how talented you are. I give Miami a lot of credit. They got outgained, out first down, out time possession, all that stuff. But when they had to have it and when they had to execute, they did it repeatedly. That's a good team.
Yeah. Those defenses, man, there were a couple of drives of 20 plays and like 16 plays or 17 plays.
Yeah.
Too long ass drives. Time
in hot weather.
And they didn't end up getting the 7 points out of some of those, which was impressive. Overall for them. The other thing that has developed in 3 weeks. Okay, so let's see. Tua's not tough enough. Well, that's not true.
Been fine.
Tua doesn't have a strong enough arm. Well, that's not true. Tua can't run a high-powered offense. Well, that's not true either. I think he leads the league in bombs and 20+ yard completions, or I think scores and everything. I think he's like number 1 in all those categories. So, and again, it's only 3 games. You got to keep doing it, but he's also come back in clutch moments too. On top of all of that, thrown some big time throws. He's not depending on, which will happen many times this year, that it's a 5-yard play to Waddle or Tyreek, and it's no. He's hitting people downfield in stride so they can continue making the big play. So in your eyes, what are the detractors now have to say about Tua Tagovailoa?
Well, I think first of all, you've got to be honest about it. Like as you point out, like he's hit some deep balls. Now, yeah, the Ravens blew a couple coverages. We still throw it, still hit them. I mean, and the Bills. I just talked about the throw to Waddle. That throw is perfect. I mean, you can't have a better throw than that. And by the way, credit to the offensive line for holding up there and giving them time to throw because that's a long developing play.
He didn't have that last year, by the way, at all.
No. I think if people are going to detract, they're going to say kind of what you just said. Look, keep doing it, right? It's been 3 games. You got to keep doing it. Okay, fine. Then people will say, well, against the Bills, you only threw for whatever it was, like $186 or something. But to me, it's the totals, yardage totals get overblown. Like Carson Wentz is throwing for a lot of yardage this year. Carson Wentz stinks. Okay, like that's fine. You know who's, I believe, 3rd in the league in yardage right now? Joe Flacco.
Right.
So what? Like
Right.
Joe Flacco's throwing for more yards than Patrick Mahomes. You taking Joe Flacco? Like it's all about
2 weeks ago, I had Canes fans say, "Well, we moved the ball against Texas A&M." Yeah, but did you score?
You didn't score.
I don't give a shit.
Look,
I don't care if you have a 10-inch penis. Is it flaccid all the time? Well, it doesn't work. It doesn't help to have a 10-inch penis if it doesn't work, dude. Who cares?
Bottom line, like football's not baseball where there's 162 games and it's like, well, if we don't do this, then it's going to catch up to us over the course of 160. You win 17 games. Like if you win the game, that is now I'm not saying if you go in and you have issues, like of course you want to correct things and you want to get better at things but in football, there's no apologizing for winning a game. You win the game, especially a game against Buffalo. It's a divisional game against a team that's probably the best team in the division. You're not 2-0 in the division. Like if I'm the Dolphins, I don't care. I want to correct it. I don't want to give up 500 yards. I'm on the field for 90 plays. But as far as Tua is concerned, look, what else do you want him to do? He's distributing the ball. And for anybody who says, well, if Hill catches a 5-yard slant and goes 80 with it, well, that's not okay. It's not an impressive play by Tua, but who gives a shit? You went 80 yards with the ball. Like, you think, look, I watched Tyreek Hill every play of his career. You know how many times Mahomes would hit him with a 15-yard pass and he'd go 50 yards with it? I mean, what is it? You're going to denigrate Mahomes for it? He threw the ball to him. Like, that's why he's on the team. That's what you traded for him. That's why you gave him $120 million. I mean, if he was just going to catch the ball and fall over, you wouldn't have traded 5 draft picks for him. That's the whole idea of it. So to me, it's kind of like when people talk about like metrics on defense and they're like, well, this guy got 50 pressures. Okay, great. How many sacks did he have? Well, 2. I mean, it's better than not getting pressure, but like if you throw the ball away and it's 2nd and 10, that's a hell of a lot different than if you sack the guy and it's 2nd and 20.
Right.
It drives me nuts when people say, "Oh, pressure's as good as a sack." No, it's not, because you didn't get the guy down,
or you could have caused a fumble.
Right. Or you could have hit his arm. No, pressure is good, but it's not as good as a sack. And there are some guys who consistently turn pressure to sacks. Right, Von Miller typically being one of them. Like a guy like that, T.J. Watt, he gets sacks. It matters, but in the end with Tua, look, if he's got Hill and he's got Waddle, and the guy's wide open 8 yards down the field and it turns into a 30-yard gain, great. That's great. That's why you have these players. So look, I don't think it's fair to denigrate Tua. If you're going to get, like, to use your comparison we've used a lot in the show, if you're going to give Justin Herbert credit for putting on a magic show for 6-7 plays a game, but then they never win. Okay, right. Like Tua should get credit for being efficient, and they win.
And winning.
Like, that's the point.
He is now.
That's the point of winning. The point of football. The point of football is to win games. Like, and look, I think with Herbert, there's a lot of other stuff that factors in. They're not coached well. They're hurt. But the point is, listen, for as great as Justin Herbert can be at times, like, you got to win games. That's football. I mean, that is the point of playing football. You will never hear me denigrate a guy for winning games. And Tua right now is doing everything they're asking him to do. He's winning games.
By the way, he had shit talent for 2 years. And now he has great talent for 3 games. He's 16-8 after this past week.
He's been fine.
2-1. Okay. Herbert is 16-19.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And by the way, that stat that came out 2 weeks ago, Herbert at no point in his career has had a winning record, and Tua at every point in his career has had a winning record.
That's crazy. I didn't realize that. That's interesting. It's a good one. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. So that kind of, when people tell, oh, winning isn't a stat, you don't measure a quarterback. What? What?
Yeah,
Get out of here.
winning is kind of the point. Okay.
Yes.
Like that's the whole, it's like,
Yes.
there's how many games in his career did Brady have games where like for 3 quarters, you'd be like, but then like the 4th quarter, he just turns into God. And it's all of a sudden, you're like, well, they won. I don't care that he's 18-32. They won the game. He completed 10 of 11
my
in the
favorite
4th
is, Brady dinks and dunks. Well, what do you want him to do, bro?
So what? They win.
What do you want him to do? He's playing with a bunch of Oompa Loompas.
Yeah.
Okay. When you gave him Randy Moss, he threw it 80 yards downfield for you. Yeah, it was there.
Right.
But if you're playing with Oompa Loompas, what do you want him to do, bro? So he picks you apart and then he hits you with a big shot with Gronk. Oh, wow, his only big receiver.
Yeah.
It's like,
if it's
come on,
3rd
dude,
and
he's
4,
playing with Rashae Caldwell and, Wes Welker's fantastic, but he's an intermediate guy. Yeah, it's like, you're not Troy Brown, just go look at all his receivers throughout Edelman, whatever, if they didn't catch it right from close yardage and then take off, that's the only way it was going to be a big ass play. Outside of that, he didn't have the guys downfield like monsters that he can throw to.
and they won a lot of games because
they won a lot of games.
Look, execution in football, like that's it. They won a lot of games. Doing what? Throwing the ball underneath, throwing a seam route to Gronkowski. By the way, a lot more quarterbacks would be better off if they did stuff like that more often. Everybody gets so enamored with like, he's got to go down the field. He's got to go down the field. No, look, like if it's open, hit it. But if you got a guy, if it's 3rd and 4, you need 4. You don't need 40. Like, throw it underneath, get the easy completion. I mean, look at the Super Bowl that the Pats beat the Falcons in. How many catches did James White have in that game? Is it 12, 13?
Right. Yeah.
Like, it's fine. He's open. Hit him. Let him run for 10 yards.
It's funny because the guy that was the GOAT and now the guy that is the GOAT, both GOATs, whether it's Montana or Brady,
the same way.
They played the same way. It was a whole bunch of short passes. He wasn't throwing a Rice 60 yards downfield. He was throwing a Rice 16 yards downfield, and Rice then made it a 60-yarder after that, and Taylor and whatever. But mostly it was all short passes because that's where Bill Walsh came from Paul Brown and that system. And he had Roger Craig and all that. And just go look at it. Go watch the history of the damn game. And you'll see that a bunch of those guys, that's why I laugh at Tua can't throw deep. First of all, he can throw deep. And second of all, that's only going to happen, a certain amount of times in a year and maybe a couple of times in a game. It's not that you're going to live off 70-yard passes, dude. Come on, bro. Let's not, that's
no
rare.
Successful offense and no successful team. Like, go point out to me the team that's won a Super Bowl just throwing bombs down the field all game long. Like, that team doesn't exist. Like, even the 99 Rams, who might be the best offense I've ever seen compared to its era, okay? They had Marshall Faulk. Like, Faulk had like 1,000 yards receiving. And Bruce and Holt, it was a lot of intermediate routes, and they would take off up the field. That's it. I mean, that's how you need to play, typically, especially now in this age where it's always these shell coverages, which, by the way, Miami's going to see more and more and more of, okay, with Hill and Waddle, right? These shell coverages, throw underneath, throw the ball. If you got a back that can catch, throw it to him. You got I'd like to even see the Dolphins play a little more Gesicki. Like, get it. If there's any argument I have, like, he's a good player. Get him on the field.
Excellent player.
Let him catch the ball 12 yards. And then let these Ferraris you have on the outside, as they've been doing, catch the ball and take off. Like, who cares if the ball travels in the air 8 yards or 80 yards if the guy goes 70 yards at the pass? Like, what the hell does it matter? Get the ball in their hands, let them cook.
And last year, people were like, "Oh, Waddle's only catches short passes. Look at Jamar Chase." And it's like, I kept explaining, the quarterback has no time for deep passes.
They had no chance.
Waddle's the only receiver they have. They can't wait for him down there. They got to give it to him right away so he can make plays. And sure enough, look at him now. Now he's in an offense where he can play like he was playing in Alabama. And by the way, for me, last year I was so impressed with Waddle because he showed me he can be another kind of receiver, that he can be that guy in tight spaces and tough catches and all that kind of stuff, which that's a completely different receiver that requires for you to do that kind of stuff. Now you've got other guys to do it, and now you can put them on the outside with Tyreek. I was actually more impressed with Waddle's season last year because I know he can do what he's doing now. That was already second nature to him. What he did last year, that showed me some serious toughness. All right, so what's the prediction? Cincinnati by 4 tomorrow. What does Matt Verderam say?
I think it's a really good game. I definitely think Miami's going to cover. I'm very torn. I'm going to say Cincy by a field goal only because I just worry about everything going on this week, the travel being disrupted, and then on top of that, the other reason I'm being honest, I just think the Bengals are desperate as hell. Like, they've got to win these games.
Well, they can't. Yeah, they lose their 1-3, bro.
If you're the Dolphins, look, man, I think the Dolphins, quite honestly, in a lot of ways, are the more talented team. It's a short week on the road, so I always think it's tough. And Cincinnati is so desperate. Like, you have to win. I mean, if you fall here, you're 1-3. By the way, do you know, I know over Football Outsiders, but which they do great work, by the way. They rank Cincinnati's schedule as the hardest the entire rest of the year going forward. They got a lot of hard games. So if you're the Bengals, like, this is obviously a hard game as well, but like, you got to win some of these games. And this is a short week at home. I'm worried about Tua being beat up a little bit. You know, he took some shots in that game. The defense was on the field for 90 plays. I could definitely see Miami winning. I think if Miami can win the turnover battle, even +1, I think they win. But I'll take the Bengals by a field goal, just being more desperate, short week at home, and Tua's beat up a little bit.
By the way, after the Bengals, Jets, Vikings, Steelers, Lions, Bears, Browns, Texans, Niners too, because who fears Jimmy Garoppolo? And then you get to the Chargers, Bills, Packers, Patriots, and then you end with the Jets. So this is after this game, they are going to be favored in a lot of the next few games.
They'll win probably. I mean, I don't know how many games just rolled off there, but 6 of those 7, something like that. Like, there'd be a game like every team has where they'll play some weird game. But
man, if they win this game, they are setting themselves up to have one hell of a record at the end of the year. Okay.
I think even no matter what happens, I think they're probably going to win 11, 12 games. Which, I mean, that's a pretty damn good record. In the AFC, in the AFC, you win 11, 12 games, you're a damn good team. I mean, you're talking at 11, 12 plus.
Yeah, but you win this one, you get the 10 days off to get, feeling good again.
Oh, they'll kill the Jets. So,
they're going to pound the Jets.
The Jets will get killed.
I'm with you. All right, tell them about Stacking the Box.
Okay, Stacking the Box. You can check it out every single Tuesday afternoon on YouTube. It is live, noon Eastern, 11 Central. We take any questions you have in the chat. Go over to the Stacking the Box channel and subscribe if you haven't already. We're like 50 people away from 5,000, so that would be good. And then also check out the column. It comes out every single Monday. I wrote about the Dolphins a couple of weeks ago. I led with Tyreek Hill. I have my quarterback rankings that come out every single Wednesday morning, so they're out live. I'm going to tweet them out in a minute. And I led with Tua last week, and Tua just kept moving up the board this week. So it's been a good time to be a Miami Dolphins fan.
Hell yeah, baby. Suffering for like 25 years.
You guys deserve it.
We need something, bro. We need something, man.
Yes.
Matt, much love, my brother. We'll catch up next week, my friend. Enjoy the football.
Stay safe, everybody. Take care.
You got it. There he is. Follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam. Always love talking football with that guy.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All right. Just Eddie, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says it's interesting that during the preseason joint practices, the Finns dominated the Eagles in practice. Now both teams rank 1 and 2 in the league. Yep. They dominated the Eagles, except for, of course, Danny Cannell, who must have Ray Charles's vision in practice, because he's the only one that didn't see that the Dolphins dominated the Eagles in the practices and then also in that preseason game. Not that it means anything whatsoever, but, it is what it is. But I'll put my money on the Dolphins versus the Eagles. I'll tell you that. If you're gonna put the Dolphins up against the Eagles, let's go. I'm all in. as they say. Don't throw Waddle's name and don't throw disrespect on Waddle's name. He's a dog. If he missed one, he makes up for it in a big way the next play. Yeah. Although the other day, in that game where he was good, there were a couple there that he should have done better. He's so awesome. And I was so one that he didn't come back on. What was it? There was like 3 plays that I was like, damn, Waddle, that's not you. You're better than that one. And he was awesome that day too. It's fantastic. He's such a good receiver, man. He is such a good receiver. What is it? NASA spots protective shield around distant galaxies. Okay. Spots a protective shield around distant galaxies. All right. How about that? The Eagles suck. They've played the Lions, Vikings, and Commanders. I don't think it's reasonable to think undefeated. Well, let's not get crazy, okay? It's really hard to go undefeated. Let's just hope they win tomorrow. Okay? Let's be boring and let's take the season 1 week at a time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and look forward to the Pittsburgh game when they embarrass Flores and the Steelers, or all the way at the end. It'll be fun that the Jets and the Dolphins will beat the Jets and complete their schedule at 17-0. No, don't get ahead. Let's hope and watch the team hopefully go 4-0 tomorrow. Okay? That way, we all get to sit on it for 10 days, get to really enjoy all of this. And after everybody talked all this crap about Tua and the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel and all that, and now they're all, sucking wind. And by the way, where are those guys that loved Brian Flores so much and he shouldn't have gotten fired? You know that guy, right? You know that guy. Brian Flores shouldn't have gotten fired. He's not the guy. Walk up to him now and say, yeah, you want Brian Flores still? Because you weren't going to get all this. You're not going to get Tyreek and Teron Armstead and all the things that they did to improve the team. You weren't going to get that with Flores. He wasn't going to allow that. Just walk up to your buddy, That's all. Let's see. What else do we have going on? If you guys want to get in on the Welt and Rheaume text line, that's 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. By the way, Caneswear, the proud sponsor of our program. Don't forget, if you order $99 or more online at Caneswear, you will get free shipping. Visit Brett and all the great people out there. Tell them that Big O sent you at caneswear.com. 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Let's see. Going 3-0 assures Miami wins 12-13 games. Let's hope they go 4-0, man. That's what I'm hoping for. A little 4-0 action. Give me some more Cray Craft. Dude just scores. He's a player. Where are all the clowns who said Tua couldn't play and Teddy should be QB1? Yeah, there's a lot of people that are mighty quiet right now about Teddy, Skyler, Jimmy. You had people that wanted to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. Seriously. They thought Garoppolo would be a better option than Tua. That's like, yeah, exactly, Tony. Crickets. That's all there is crickets. They all disappeared. Like I told you. Didn't I tell you when they were all jamming? I said, that's fine. Nobody's really tracking what you're saying, so don't worry about it. You can throw out all those crazy things because nobody's really going to remember that much. Unless you're really obnoxious on the chat board and you've repeated it 8,000 times. Then we all might be able to remember a name or two. Remember the idiots that used to jam on Chris Greer? Because we had 2 idiots, and I don't know, there's a lot of you that have joined us the last couple of months and last year, but I think it's over a year ago, there were these two idiots that made a living every day of coming onto the chat board just to slam Chris Greer every day. And I blocked those idiots, right? Not that I'm ever going to unblock them, but those guys, like after all that, it's like, wow, I got blocked. I was trolling and I hated Greer, and now I look stupid because I was dead wrong the entire time. And, maybe they probably still check out the show. They can't comment because they've got to now open up another email account, and that becomes a pain in the ass. But that's the way it goes. I had plenty of people complaining about Greer. They're all quiet now. They don't write any more articles anymore. They don't complain about it anymore. That kind of stuff. On Thursdays and Fridays, when I go to Hialeah Park or somewhere else, sometimes I catch the guys locally on the air, and they're kind of quiet about Chris Greer now too, and Tua and all that, and Herbert. Yeah, I laugh at that. It's always a good one. Yeah, the morning crew there at QAM, they're kind of quiet about all of that now. They've kind of fallen on their faces on all of that. Big O, what is your opinion on Eichenberg and how he's playing better than I expected? I got to tell you, I wasn't very hopeful of Eichenberg at guard. I even told you, maybe Dieter could take over eventually, and he has gotten better, dude. He had a block in the Buffalo game for one of the touchdowns that was exceptional in sealing off. He has done much better than I expected because I thought he was more naturally a tackle, and he has gotten downright dirty. And I don't mean like as a dirty player. What I mean is nasty in the guard play. I like what I'm seeing from Eichenberg lately. There's a corner that he's turning, okay? We have to trust these guys. They know offensive line play. From McDaniel to Frank to Applebaum, they've got three guys that they know their shit when it comes to offensive line play. And they've stuck with this 5 from the get-go. Kudos to them. Unlike, let's say, and I hate to say it, Mario Cristobal and his staff, McDaniel and his staff identified the 5 guys that they thought could be the starters, and they have not been shuffling and changing like every other offensive line coach and offensive coordinator and head coach we've had here the last 20 years. They never stick with the same line. They shuffle all the time, right? These guys picked these 5, stuck with it, and it has stuck. Pretty impressive. And kudos to Eichenberg because he is playing. I'm wrong, dude. I thought, I wasn't that satisfied with him the probably first couple games. And I want to say in this, no, I saw some of it in the Ravens. And then in this game, there were a couple plays where I was like, whoa, Liam, dude, nice job. I gotta give you props. Much love to Eichenberg, man. Hopefully he continues in this direction. Marvin Martian, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, riding out Ian in Naples. Holy shit, dude. Got the essentials, food, water, and the Big O show. The only hurricane that scares me is Hurricane Tua. All right. Hang in there, Marvin. Prayers, my brother. And thank you for tuning in as long as you can tune in. What time is it supposed to land? Do we know exactly, Sean? Can you look it up when Ian is supposed to make landfall over in Naples? Eric says, I'm very happy with how well the O-line has played in pass protection. Yes. They need to be better as a team running the ball. I trust they will all see as season progresses. Then watch out for this Dolphin offense. I agree. Once they start running, you will see the real Mike McDaniel offense. Think about this. Tua is balling without a running game. That's a threat. Okay? It's serviceable, but not a threat. That's pretty good. Yes, sir, Mr. Stanley.
It says gusts of 190 miles per hour predicted when it makes landfall around 2 p.m.
190?
That's what they're saying. That's gusts, not sustained winds. That's gusts.
Yeah,
I mean,
still
bad. I'm just saying. I mean,
yeah, no, I mean, it's 140, right? 145 or something. 190. That's wow. Mike Barnes, Big O. Do you think Wilkins will get another 15-yard penalty called against the QB making balloon animals out of his junk while in the pile? I hope so. Because, just the description alone makes me want to actually do it. So, yeah, definitely. As long as you can make balloon animals, I don't have a problem with that. And by the way, if you can make balloon animals out of your junk, that's pretty good. But remember, if it doesn't work, it's useless. No matter how big it is. Great players elevate the players around them. Rosendo says, you are not worried about the center position, especially the snapping issue? Not at all. Snapping hasn't been an issue. It's fine. Is a snap going over Tua or something? Is it rolling past him last time I checked? Yeah, Sean?
No, I was going to say, I think a couple, because this time there was about 3 or 4 high snaps, but you also have to remember, I think also is, I don't think Tua's back as far as he was. If you watch where he's lined up before and where he is now, I don't think he's as far back. So there just might be a little bit of a...
Yeah, but they get it off. I'm not worried.
He doesn't have
to
jump. He just had to reach his hand up a couple times. I mean, it's nothing like.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not worried about it. Connor can block the shit out of people. Rosendo, look, after the snap. Follow him maul somebody. Seriously, that's what you got to watch. Connor blocks the crap out of people, and Rosendo. It's so much more important to keep him there and develop him and perfect him as a center. Because Tua needs a great center more than he needs a great guard. He cannot have the middle of that line crumbling on him. And you could kind of hide a guard at times if you have a really good tackle and a really good center, that you can make his life a little easier in a zone system. So I think it's really, really important to keep Connor there, and I have no concerns whatsoever. If he starts crazy snapping and it's really hurting Tua and the team, then I'm with you. But that hasn't been the case at all. It's just been slightly higher snaps that happen. It's only a couple. You're Tua, adjust to it. Get it done, bro. You got a mauler in front of you. Enjoy it. Big O, why doesn't Ross make the throwback jerseys permanent? That will be a call by Tom Garfinkel, and I think it's coming. I'm pretty sure it's coming. I don't think they'll keep this stupid whale around much longer. Karen says, I think it will have landfall in a few hours. It's moving slow, which is worrisome because it increases the risk of floods. Amen. There's going to be a crap ton of water, man. Yeah. Eric Storm says 190s category 10. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. By the way, Sports Grill, great bar to go out and enjoy the games tomorrow night or any other night, the NFL and college games. And during NFL and NCAA games, $1.50 Bud Lights. They've got new cocktails now, $5 during NCAA and NFL games. The cherry lemonade, the tailgate tea, $12 domestic pitchers. Bone-in wings are now 15% off. Buttermilk chicken sandwich, buffalo tater tots. They've got all kinds of hot sauces, so you can take them home now. The buffalo sauce, the Miami Heat, the blackberry barbecue, the Dale. They got them all, man. Kendall location has milkshakes every Monday with rock and roll music playing all night long. I love it. Some milkshakes and a little rock and roll music. Daily specials. They've got the $7 burgers, the smash burgers on Mondays. On Tuesdays, I love those $2 tacos. I go in and get a few of those, chicken, beef, or fish. I usually get the chicken or the fish. The gout stuff, I limit my beef. Wednesday, kids eat free with the purchase of an adult entree. Sports Grill, baby. Enjoy yourself. Great place, man. Great bars to go enjoy it with family, with friends. Great food and all the football you can handle. Love it. Sportsgrill.com. Go to the website. What else do we have going on in the world of sports? DJ Reader, the defensive tackle for the Bengals, is out with a knee injury for the game tomorrow. He's going to be out several weeks, but he'll be definitely out for the game against the Miami Dolphins, which is a beautiful thing. Okay. By the way, you can also make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show through Cash App or Venmo. What else do we have here going on? All right. Craig Mish will join us at 12:30. And something tells me he may have some juicy stuff to talk about with the Marlins and what's going on. And I showed that Mets thing, which just sad, dude. Sad. Big O, do you expect the Dolphins to try to work the clock Thursday night and run it to help the defense out more? Mike, I think they're going to try to run every week until they get it right, until they can actually run the ball. So they're going to try to do that because that's what Mike McDaniel wants to do. Whether they'll be successful, my friend, that's the real challenge, Mike. That's the part that we don't know. They've done a pretty good job overall of giving Tua time to pass. I've been really happy with that. I mean, last year, for Christ's sake, Tua was getting pressured when he was handing off the ball. What? What? You're going to pressure a quarterback when he's handing off the ball? No. I mean, I saw that last year a couple times where he snaps the ball, he turns run, and as he's handing it off, there's a defender right on his hip. And I'm like, how can this be? And that's why the whole Connor Williams conversation just happened. Because I had never seen that. Can't have that. So they've done an awesome job of giving Tua time to pass. And if you give Tua time to pass, he's going to find somebody who's going to burn you. I got to tell you something. I've never been happier doing radio and talking about the Dolphins than I am now. Not just because I'm happy for Tua, because I'm ecstatic for Tua, but it's exactly what we talked about. Give him time, block for him, run the ball. He'll take care of the rest. And people had a hard time understanding that. And people had a hard time, not some of you that watch the show, I know you believed it with me, but I always believed that he could be a franchise quarterback. I always believed that he would burn defenses left and right if you give him time because he's smart and accurate as hell. Ball placement, anticipatory skills. He's got all those things. All he has to do now is what I've told you for the last 2 weeks. These kind of quarterbacks, the Montanas and the Drew Breeses of the world and the Tarkentons and the Greasies, they have to only adjust to the game speed. Because since they're not as gifted as Marino or Elway or Warren Moon or Aaron Rodgers or the thief Brett Favre or Pat Mahomes, you name it. Guys with big ass arms. Jeff George, Justin Herbert. When you're not blessed with that, then you've got to then adjust a little bit because you're going to need anticipatory skills. And guess what? Montana had them by miles. Breeze had them by miles. Greasy had him by miles. Tarkenton had him by stratospheres. And he's the same kind of dude. And so to me, this is why I'm super happy, because I know the Dolphins have their franchise quarterback. And I was terrified that this Brian Flores was going to screw it all up. And you just don't know what you're going to get next. And I don't want to. The last thing I wanted to see was you keep Flo around, you end up getting rid of Tua, and then a real coordinator gets him, like McDaniel, and then we're sitting here going, shit, we had the guy, like we did with Breeze for 20 years. We had the guy. We had the guy. We had the guy. Whatever. Big O took some Blue Chew for the Dolphins. Yeah. Blue Chew. Big O, I would like if the Marlins hired Ron Washington to coach. I understand he's a little old, but he's had success with the Rangers. Well, yeah. No, I mean, yeah, hiring Ron Washington would be an interesting hire. I would have to say that. Will you spray paint the baseball lines instead? Okay. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Remember, if your business wants to be a part of our growing platform and you want great exposure for your company, exceptional branding, reaching new customers, 786-754-4664. That is the business line, 786-754-4664. If you want to reach out to us in our business line and you want your business to join our platform and we can grow together. It's a beautiful thing. So reach out to us there. If Miami beats Cincinnati, barring any injuries, we can go 13-0 until that Buffalo away game. That's a 50-50 game. Why is it a 50-50 game now, huh? Why isn't it 70-30 Miami now, huh? AZ says, oh, thanks for the work you put into the show being from Jersey. If it wasn't for you and Dougley Do Wrong, we'd have nothing but negative to no talk about the Fins. Keep rocking it up, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Don't forget Sean. Please don't ever forget Sean. I cannot do this by myself. I will not do this by myself. Okay? Sean's the man. And I'm grateful for Sean every single day, and you guys should be too. So, make sure that when you thank me, and I appreciate it, I don't need the thanks. The thanks are you guys watching, hitting the thumbs up, visiting our sponsors. That's the thanks you give me. But the guy that deserves a lot of love is Sean Stanley, man. He's amazing, and I appreciate him in a big-time way. So that's the guy right there, baby. Sean Stanley. Fada Manu says that's what's happened to the Chargers when they traded Drew Brees after he got hurt to Saints. Well, they got their Rivers. They got a lot of stats there, but they didn't get the guy that could win in the clutch. So if they keep Brees, and they had some pretty good teams when they had dude, what's that guy's name? That the juicer that got a lot of sacks. That he had that thing when every time he celebrated. What's his name, bro? Do the Chargers have a title if they keep Brees? Is the question, because those were some pretty good teams with LaDainian Tomlinson. Those were some pretty damn good teams. Sean Merriman, that's it. Lights out. That's it. Sean Merriman. He had a run for a couple years where he was a beast. And they had LaDainian Tomlinson, and they had Rodney Harrison in there, and that was a pretty damn good team. And Phillip Rivers would kind of get you in trouble when you get to the playoffs because he'd gunsling and he'd sling it into mistakes. would they have a title with Drew Brees if they kept him instead of the whole Rivers thing? That's the interesting part. Yeah, Gates at tight end. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good team, man. They had that. They got an Auburn tackle that I remember he turned into a pretty good player, and he lasted only a few years. But I remember that a lot of scouts were telling me about his narrowing spine, and that, you know, they were worried about him. I forgot his name now, but he turned into a pretty good player for a couple years until he kind of ran out of gas. But they had some talent go through that organization, and you wonder with Breeze if they win a title. All right, we got 2 hours down. We got one more to go. Craig Mish is going to join us at 12:30. Let's take a quick break. Back with more right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Welt and Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welt and Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welt and Rheaume can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welt and Rheaume can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmith in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Slomin Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Slomin Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Slomin Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
3 of the program, please smash the hell out of the like button, por favor. While you're watching, that gets the algorithms going, and we thank you all out there, as always, for supporting our show in many different ways. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Can't wait for tomorrow, right? I mean, it's just we've waited so long throughout the entire offseason for this. Then we got energized by all the moves. We got energized slowly but surely by Mike McDaniel, right? Because first you meet him and then you're like, what is this gift? You get it for Christmas. You pull the bow off. Then you start to rip it, but your mom, girlfriend, wife, oh, please don't take it easy with the wrapping. I want to save it. You ever, what is wrong with some of you people? My wife does that too. Like sometimes, take it out. It's such nice. No. I'm ripping this crap up. Anyway, so you're ripping it up, and then there's a box. But it's a plain box. It doesn't tell you what the gift is. They're playing with you. Now you got to open that box to get inside. But guess what? You can't see the present because there's all kinds of stuffing. So you go and you take the stuffing out. And then you pull, and it's another box. And you're trying to figure out what this is. And then you figure out that, wow, this McDaniel guy is kind of cool. I like the way he thinks. I like that move. I like this move. I like that move. Wow. Tua looks comfortable. Tua looks confident. Players, they're looking confident. They're looking happy. They're looking like they're getting but wait a minute. It's the off season. Everything's always beautiful like that, right? They're trying to get us off our positive train, right? But you and I, we stayed on track. We stayed on track because we like what we saw. We like the off season. We like the draft. As small as the draft was, it was a good draft. We liked the free agent moves. We liked the coaching staff. Not only did we like Mike McDaniel, but we loved his coaching staff that he put together offensively. Then came training camp, and oh my God, looking good. Then comes the scrimmages. Oh my God, looking better. Then comes the preseason games. Again, looking good. Oh, we can't wait for the season. Season arrives. You dominate the Patriots. You come back and beat the Ravens on the road, and you outlast those dangerous Buffalo Bills and frustrate the Bills Mafia. And so for us, for those of us in the Dolphin Nation, that we follow the team, we love the team, we believe in this team, our ride is beautiful, man. Our ride is beautiful. We survived the big dip in that roller coaster at the beginning. And now it's ascending again to take another dip and another cruise against the Bengals. I'm looking forward to it, man. I am looking forward to this because that's all this season does. It just keeps building up and building up as a crescendo. And while you and I, as Dolphin fans, are enjoying all of these moments because they're a lot of fun, the negative people and the haters and the disbelievers, they're just fighting upstream. They doubted Tua. They doubted McDaniel. They doubted the same old Dolphins, right? I watched my boys on the Sun Sentinel, Perk and Dave Hyde and Furones. And Dave Hyde was, oh my God, was he the old man? Get off my lawn. Because I heard him. Oh, no, same old Dolphins. It seems like I remember him saying something like, I'm paraphrasing, but like, I've seen this movie before, this story before, all that. And I'm like, but those of us that, yeah, we've been burned in the past. I admit, I've been burned in the past. Not too much, but I've been burned in the past, like anybody else. But then there have been many times where I've been, I'm not impressed with this team at all. And sure enough, they had bad seasons. But you and I felt different about this one. Just feels good. And look what's happened. And so now the Dave Hydes of the world and others have to now get on board because it's not the same old Dolphins like he thought. It's not the same movie that he has seen over and over again. And I believe he also was a disbeliever too. I believe that also. I think, if I remember correctly. So, that this is what's beautiful about what's developed for us. Those of us that bought in, we didn't get burned. Those of us that believed in Tua for the last 2 years, well, we're getting our justification. And wow, man. Now the Dolphins look like they have a front office, they have a head coach, and they've got a quarterback. When the hell was the last time you were able to say that, dude? Robbie Shula Marino? That's the last time you were able to say that. And that's what's developing right now. Again, not there yet, but man, getting really, really close. Really close. So if you doubted McDaniel, you may have to now start believing. If you doubted Tua, you may start believing. And if you doubted Greer, you may want to start believing. Now, you're still not allowed on the bandwagon. You can believe, but you can stand your ass on the sidewalk while we cruise by on the parade. Just want you to know that. Just want to make sure you understand that. Okay? I have receipts. I know who you are. The names will be brought up along the way as the season goes on. I know it. I saw it. I took the notes. Let's see. Big O, it's called stability. Finally. Amen. Amen. Can't be better than 3-0 after 3 games. That's right. That is so true. There are concerns about this team, but at the same time, this feels different because of the play by Tua and these weapons, an improved and improving O-line, and a defense that should get better. Yeah. Hey, listen. All teams have some kind of concern most of the time. You're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2003, right? Was this 2002, 2003, whatever? Was the Ravens 0-1? Either way, Bucks or Ravens, you don't have a great quarterback. That's a concern, isn't it? If you're the Ravens, you didn't have a great receiving core. My God, Brandon Stokely was your receiver that day for the Ravens 20 years ago. And he played well, by the way. Brandon Stokely had a hell of a game. Was he the MVP? Or what? No, Ray was the MVP. Ray was the MVP. But Brandon Stokely almost played like an MVP. That's what it was. And so think about it. You're the Ravens. You're in the Super Bowl. Your defense is generational. Ray Lewis is playing like, one of the 5-10 best linebackers have ever played in the history of the game. But you don't have a great quarterback and you don't have great weapons. Your tight end is the only thing elite in your receiving core. You had a hell of a back in Jamal Lewis, had a hell of a line. But, that's how it goes. You're Tampa. You get there, and Brad Johnson's your quarterback, who's solid, by the way. Solid quarterback. I think sometimes people lump in Brad Johnson with Trent Dilfer. Brad Johnson's 100 times better than Trent Dilfer. He had very good seasons with Minnesota and Washington. Go look at Brad Johnson's numbers. The former Seminole does not get the love at times that he deserves, to be quite honest. Okay? So, Michael Guauda, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Appreciate it. Well, it's kind of weird. I see it on this one and it disappeared on the chat board. Did you see that, Sean? The Michael Gouda? See this here? It disappeared on the regular chat board. Who's the one that was telling you something was disappearing from the chat board? He might be right.
Jaime,
right?
I can't tell on the StreamYard. I can't tell where it's coming from, which chat, because they all come in together from Twitch and both YouTubes.
Yeah, but that's strange because it's like, wow, it's like he's right. Some of these texts are disappearing. And it's not us, but look at that. Michael Gouda's super chat is disappeared from the chat board, but we have it in the original chat. Did you check and see if on the original chat that we're watching, where the live is, was his tweet there that he said disappeared, or his post? That's the thing. Because look at Michael's. It disappeared on the live board, but it's there on the other chat board. It's weird. That's interesting. But Michael, thank you for the love on the super chat. We are seeing it, even if maybe the people outside don't see it. Okay? But we did see it, and thank you very much. It's very nice of you. Big O, I'd play X on Chase the whole game. I would. Michael again chimes in with another one. He says, McDaniel is the real deal. Tua and McDaniel are a marriage made in heaven. I've been on the McDaniel train from day one. He's how do you not like Mike McDaniel? And his press conferences are must-see TV now. Right? Yeah, my wife loves to watch the Mike McDaniel press conferences. She laughs, she trips out with him. She likes his vibe, his personality, his quirkiness, and all that. I don't know. Does anybody like my wife? She likes sports, obviously, but she's not like heavy into sports. Like she's a wife and a mother and a teacher, and she's got like real priorities and not the stupid shit that I follow all the time. So it's I'm into the silliness. She's like the foundational person of the house. She does all the serious stuff. I just eat shit all day. It's that's just the way it is. You know what I mean? I work in silly things like doing sports all day. She actually teaches kids and molds the future and things like that and sets great examples. Me, I'm just a terrible example. So, it's she's the foundation, bro. And she doesn't have a lot of time for sports because she's doing all kinds of other things. She will actually stop to watch the McDaniel press conferences, which is an absolute trip. Razzle Dazzle Crypto says, how huge has that Melvin Ingram signing been? How huge is it to have Chris Greer as your general manager? Because that's the key, my friend. That's the key, to have the right guy being the general manager of your team. But you are correct. Ingram has been absolutely awesome. Oh, any effects of Ian and West Kendall? We've had some rain. Now, I'm inside my studio, so I haven't walked outside for hours. So I'm not exact, but I don't hear anything right now. It's not like I'm hearing swirling winds and rain and all that. I think it's pretty calm out there right now. It's pretty cool because I could take the dogs out and they can go to the bathroom. Because, once it starts raining heavy, that's it. It's over. Michael says he's authentic. No more. We'll look at the film and make corrections. Exactly. Mike McDaniel press conferences as entertaining as Flo's. LOL. Oh, man. Flo. I got to tell you. Flo is one piece of, you know what? Tua, if he plays tomorrow, which I'm convinced he's going to play tomorrow. Absolutely convinced. And that story that and that's the thing that my wife was enjoying yesterday when he goes, well, Tua calls me. I'm like, hey, yeah, is everything all right? And he acts it all out, and my wife is tripping out on all. No, I'm just checking in and all that. And he was like, oh, I'm just gonna do everything I can to be ready for Thursday. You see about all this stuff that went on with him about work ethic, and it's all crap, right? It's all lies that people came up with and narratives that they all shaped. So he has his sessions with the guys throughout the week. He obviously is the first guy in, last guy out, constantly there. He goes out early onto the field to, do his whole thing. I mean, you're talking about a guy that is now comfortable and completely in control. And that's what a quarterback should be. He should feel like it's his franchise. He needs to walk around like the stadium. You remember how Baker Mayfield had the commercials? What is it? Progressive Insurance, right? God, I miss those commercials. And he basically owned the stadium because he lived at it, right? That's what Tua has to feel like. And Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady and Justin Herbert and Russell Wilson and Ryan Tannehill and whoever you have at quarterback, you got to make them feel that way. That's your job. And then at the same time, while you're making them feel that way, sorry there, Alarmo, you are also creating that responsibility. So you're elevating their place in your franchise. So while you're making them feel good, while you're giving them confidence, while you're giving them the green light, in turn, indirectly, you're also telling them it's on you now. So you've got to set the example. You've got to lead. You've got to win. You've got to make plays in the clutch. All of those things. And now he's able to do all of that. But if you don't have the coach that is willing to make you that, then it's never going to happen. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it all becomes a real issue now for the quarterback. And that's what he was in for the last 2 years. He was in a position where he wasn't in power. He wasn't empowered. He wasn't trusted. And you heard him yesterday in the press conference. He's explaining how he doesn't have to make the line calls now. He'll make the final protection calls. So after the center sets everything up, if he feels a last-second change needs to be made to the protections, he'll do it, right? But meanwhile, he's making sure all of his offensive players are in the proper spots and they know exactly what the call is. So it takes the burden off of him because the center's making the line calls, and then he only has to just touch it up. So it's one less thing that he has to worry about. So it's a cleaner transition from play to play. Well, you had these idiots last year, and they put all of that on him to bog him down even more. The more I think about everything that's gone on with Flo, the more I think about that dude just like purposely was sabotaging his ass because he didn't want him and he didn't get Jordan Love. So the front office wanted Tua, and so he wasn't going to do everything in his power to make sure Tua was successful. It's really just baffling to me, dude. That's why that guy has no credibility in my eyes when I see what he's done. All right, let's do this. Let's give me a minute here. Let me take a quick break. Craig Mish will be joining us on the other side. Some ugly stuff is going to go down with the Marlins. Let's see if Mr. Mish is ready to talk about that. We'll be back right here on the Big O Radio Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slomin's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welt and Rheaume has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welt and Rheaume, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welt and Rheaume can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welt and Rheaume can help. Call 954-966-4646. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time to step in the batter's box with one of the best insiders covering Major League Baseball and the Miami Marlins, Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welt and Rheaume Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation. 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLAlaw.com. Here's insider Craig Mish.
There he is, ready to rock and roll. How you doing, my friend? You got the you got some speaker on or something?
Do I?
I don't know. All right. No, it looks like it's gone now. All right. All right, good stuff. All right, so talk to me about this.
I saw this yesterday.
Jesus. Seriously. Come on. Come on. This is Stephen Ross, promoting Tebow and your Gators. Wow, you've got the Canes as a tenant. These are things that, what are they thinking is what I'm going through. And I get it. People aren't showing up, but that's your own fault that people aren't showing up. But you want to try to bring the Mets fans in for the Braves series?
I don't know. What do you want me to say? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess it got a lot of attention. And so, sometimes bad attention is good attention because it just, sort of gets people maybe interested in it. It definitely probably went viral. So it got a lot of clicks. Maybe that sold tickets at the end of the day. Maybe that's what they wanted. But I didn't tweet anything about it. I didn't even really know what to say. I just was kind of like indifferent to it, where you know what my tweet would have been, Orlando? Is
what?
It would have been the Marlins can't beat the Braves the last 5 years, so maybe the Mets fans will come, help them do it. I felt like saying that because that's the truth. Like the Braves have owned them the last few years. But look, I want to have a day where I go to the park and it's against the Mets and it's against the Braves and there are more Marlins fans, but there definitely are not right now. I went to the last Mets series and there were by far more Mets fans than Marlins fans.
Of course, there should be. I mean, that's just the way it is. They have, unfortunately, the ownership group, they just don't get it. And this is the kind of town, my brother. It's not that you need to win a championship every year or anything like that, But man, you got to win and entertain at least. You got to prove to people that you're really committed to winning. And then you'll win people over. But and the problem is you keep burying this franchise deeper and deeper. And I don't even know if it can get any deeper into the abyss than what it is. But there's no trust, no nothing. And it's a really insurmountable task almost to win everybody back. Look, the Panthers, it's taken Viola and Sifu several years to get just to this point now where they're at, and they're winning. And now if they can start to win big, that's when I think things really flip over. But that's exactly what they're facing. They're going to have a long-term commitment like Viola and Sifu have had, with the Panthers. And I just don't know if Sherman and company can do it.
We're going to find out. And, a lot of this is unfortunately the last 5 years, not just this year now, but it sort of felt like 5 years ago, there was some new direction and new thought process, and there may have been, but it was not executed. That's for sure. So maybe it's starting again now. I don't know the answer to it. Look, it's hard for me to argue against any of that stuff, but we're just going to have to see this play out. And naturally, time is sort of up in terms of getting fans' trust back. It's not going to happen until they start winning again. And who knows if they'll do that next year? I don't know.
Well, you said we're going to have some juicy stuff to talk about. So what's going on with Don Mattingly? We know he is done. And whatever you feel about Don Mattingly, in the end, there wasn't enough for him to make chicken salad out of chicken, what. So that part, even though I'm not the biggest Don Mattingly believer, I've never have been. I never really looked at him as a great manager, but I'm going to also be completely honest. I don't know how much more you can get out of what he had and what he was given. So overall, it just has not been good. So where are they going from here, Mr. Craig Mish?
Yeah. So last week, you think I had an inkling that maybe that something was happening with me saying that? Probably, right? For me to say that on here. So where do they go from here? So Donnie next week. I'm getting some wind here, Orlando. Donnie next week will, go back to Evansville and spend a few weeks there, I guess, and then have to make a decision as to whether or not he's interested in remaining with the Marlins or maybe pursuing something else. My sense is that the second part is that he'll pursue something else. I don't know if he'll be a manager this year, but I mean, my guess is Donnie takes like the year off from doing anything and then resurfaces the following year, either in a managerial job or a special assistant job or somewhere else. I think his time with the Marlins is over, in my opinion. Now, again, that could change. He could come back and all that, but I sense that the day the season ends, he goes home and that's it. Okay. Now, as far as,
by the way, his body language to me is, I've done what I can here.
I think
there
you're right.
isn't much more. What more can I do here? I'm wasting my time and I'm spinning wheels and I need to just walk away from this. Basically, that's what his body language tells me. And you know what? None of it is inaccurate. Every part of it.
And the money that he would make to remain in the organization would not be in the 7-figure range, which is what he made as a manager. And Donnie has made a lot of money playing baseball and managing baseball. So you come at Donnie and say a 6-figure salary to be a special assistant, and now he has the choice. Do I do it with the Marlins? Do I do it with the Yankees? Do I do it closer to home with the White Sox or the Cubs? Those situations could be available.
And who cares about being an assistant when your suggestions aren't really going to be used anyways?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, that young kid over there in Anaheim, he's, we should try to steal him from them and get.
Who knows?
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's just not going to happen.
It's not. But I've talked about this a lot, and I've never felt more mutual respect for Donnie and Donnie for me over the last few weeks. He really. I feel so bad about this whole thing, just the way that it, I don't feel bad about the way that it went. I thought it went really well at the end in terms of their parting, but I've really gotten to know him on a professional level very well. It's going to be hard That last day's Yom Kippur. I can't even go, but it's going to be hard to sort of say goodbye, which I kind of did the other day, but I'll do it again, I think, next week. So the Marlins are going to hire a new manager, right? That's what you're alluding to. So
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, so they're going to hire a new manager.
A young whippersnapper that's never had any opportunity.
Sounds
And
like it. Sounds like it. I think that there's a look. I want to be clear. They haven't interviewed anybody, but if I had to guess, I'm gonna guess it'll be a first-year manager. Yes, I am gonna guess that it will be someone with experience, though, in Major League Baseball, which again we've
like a
seen this
bench
before.
coach or something like that. You're saying,
Yeah,
right?
I don't think they take somebody out of broadcasting or someone who's not doing anything right now. I don't get that sense. It could happen. I'm guessing right now, but my guesses are usually pretty good. So I'm going to guess it is a first-year manager, as you mentioned, maybe a bench coach of some kind, a young guy somewhere that is willing to sort of work with the organization in terms of that dynamic of analytics versus gut feel. Like, I think that's going to be an important part. And I think that it's going to have to be somebody that if they retain Mel Stottlemyre, and I know that they want to, if that ends up happening, then Mel Stottlemyre would just sort of handle all the pitching, and then the manager will handle everything else. And I think that combination is important. So I don't have a timeline on it. They can't interview any coaches on the teams that are making the postseason. They have to wait for a few more weeks on that, or 2 more weeks. So don't expect anything right now, but I would say before the end of October they'll have somebody new, or right into November if it's somebody on a postseason team.
And because Mel would handle, you're kind of almost making it like a football thing. Like, this is an established defensive coordinator, all right, like what the Dolphins did. And they had Josh Boyer, so they went and got Mike McDaniel and kept the defensive staff in place.
Same thing.
Does that okay? So, but the manager's not really working with hitters. But do you think it still would be somebody that's offensive minded that may have a little expertise in hitting to be the manager?
Not necessarily, no, because I think that they could hire the manager that they want, and that person could bring in the hitting person from another organization, if they want to do that. So, yeah, I don't know that any of their coaches are going to be retained in terms of the ones that they have right now. I'm going to guess none of them is a possibility, except for Mel Stottlemyre, and even Stottlemyre has not committed to return as of yet. I know that they are trying, and maybe that'll go down before the end of the season. My fear for that is that Mel Stottlemyre becomes, they can't call Mel Stottlemyre right now, but he's technically not under contract the day the season ends. And my fear would be he becomes a free agent, and then some other organization comes in and says, we'll take you. But I think the Marlins know, Orlando, that they're going to have to boost up his salary quite a bit and put him among the top pitching coaches in the game. I think they're going to do that. And so then the decision would just come down to Mel. Does he want to just stay where he is and continue this path, or does he want to go somewhere else? I'm going to lean that he stays at the moment. That's where I'm leaning.
Yeah, because Mel's already been around the block. He's got rings, so it's not like it's something that he
doesn't have no rings, though.
No?
No.
He wasn't ever with the Yankees winning a ring?
His father.
Oh, that's why. That's where I'm confusing it. So he doesn't have one. So then that could be a problem.
We'll see. I know Mel. I talked to Mel. He hasn't made a decision yet. Doesn't really want to talk about it till the end of the season. But
how old is he?
Let's see. How old is he?
Yeah.
I think he's late 50s. I think.
Okay. So because I'm thinking if he doesn't have one, so then is that the last thing that's left? Does he go to an organization that has one, because he is a hell of a pitching coach? And then, or does he say, I'm at an age now where, man, I don't feel like moving around. I'm kind of.
I think the second part.
Yeah, I got my house here and all. He doesn't have the house on the West Coast, right?
He lives in Washington State.
Oh God, that West.
So but the other dynamic that occurs here is that what's happened over the last couple of years, really interesting dynamic for coaches in baseball, is the colleges are now paying a lot of money. And who's to say that the day the season ends, the University of Washington doesn't call Mel Stottlemyre and say, hey, do you want to be our pitching coach for the same amount of money that the Marlins would pay you and you can live home? Like, that's a dynamic too that's in the equation.
Where are they getting that money?
Who, the Marlins?
No, college baseball.
They pay their coaches well. What do you mean? Nick Saban gets $10 million a year.
No, that's football, my brother.
Right.
Baseball,
so for baseball, you can't pay somebody a couple $100,000.
Baseball doesn't pay in college.
I think they would pay up for that.
There's only a couple of programs that actually can draw some people in college baseball.
Oh,
That's
no,
amazing.
I think a six-figure salary is very reasonable for a pitching coach of his stature in college, for sure.
What's a pitching coach get in the majors? Because I thought it for sure he'd be in the millions.
No.
Wow.
No.
I thought it would be easily $1 million or $2 million.
No, like 300.
A great pitching coach. Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a ripoff. They're underpaid, dude.
I'm just telling you what it is.
I'm not arguing with you. You know, a freaking 1,000 times. You forgot more shit than I will ever know. That's not the
it's
point.
Like 300.
That's terrible. I never knew that.
Yeah,
I thought like real pitching coaches got like, you know, a 7-figure salary, man.
No, not all managers do either.
Damn. That's terrible, dude.
Donnie was making that. Donnie was doing well as a manager.
I would expect that he would be doing well as a manager. But
so again, you hire a new manager that's getting paid half of Donnie, and then you can shift that money around to the rest of the staff. You know, that's probably what's going to happen.
Okay. All right. Now, are they going to shift any money to the payroll?
I don't know.
You can shift all the coaches you want and managers you want. If you don't give them talent, my brother, it's the same thing as Tua sitting there last year with, you know, Flo and that crap staff that he had and that crap talent that he had around him. So what's the deal?
They traded for Tyreek Hill, so maybe the Marlins have a Tyreek Hill up their sleeve. I don't know. We'll see.
Do you see that happening?
I think they're going to try and make trades, yes. I don't know if they'll be successful, but I think they're going to try.
So they're going to go the route of So what you're saying, so what you're telling me now, I'm trying to read through the trees here. So
what you're telling me, I'll tell you what it is.
Okay, but what you're saying is that the way they will try to acquire talent is through trading their pitching, not through free agency and outright money.
Accurate. I don't think the organization is willing to, and probably fairly, enable the front office at this point. Now, remember, some of this was Jeter and Denbo too. Okay, a lot of this was. I don't think that they'll enable Kim another 4-year, $50 million deal. I don't think that they will just say, "Hey, Kim, here's another $50 million." Like Garcia, here's another $40 million. Like Soler, have at it. I think they're going to say, let's take a step back. Let's sign a couple guys to some 1-year deals. Let's trade and try and get those guys that we need via trade. I personally think that's the way it's going to happen. And by the way,
they've got a crap ton of pitching. So
could you blame the owner at that point and say, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why don't you drop another $50 million?" I personally could not after the disaster that was last year. Now, if they fail in the trades, then there's going to be a lot of culpability involved. But if I was running the organization, I would say, I'm going to spend some more money. I'll do it via trade, which means I'm going to acquire some players. I'm trading cheap guys. I'm going to get more expensive guys. But they're all going to be under team control or within a year or two of free agency. That's how the payroll is going to go up.
Right. And to me, listen, not ideal, but considering their limitations as an organization, it actually is the smart way to do it, because if you go out and give somebody the money like they did and they're bad signings like they are, now you're stuck with those bad signings. But
especially one of them.
Exactly. But you got a crap ton of pitching. So you got an opportunity to go trade some to get a guy that you're going to control. And while you're controlling him, you're going to find out about him. So at least if he's not good enough, you don't have to pay him in the end.
Right.
But if
so I'll give you an example.
He is good enough, then you'll pay him what he deserves, because he already proved to you he was good enough.
So the same name is going to come up again this offseason that came up last offseason. It's the same name. His name is Brian Reynolds. He's a center fielder on the Pittsburgh Pirates. You can look him up while we're talking. So Reynolds is a high-quality center fielder who I think in any park is, let's just throw out 270, 280, 20 home runs, 10 steals, Gold Glove caliber defense, not a superstar, but a good enough player to hold down that position, bat near the top of the lineup, get on base, and be a solid contributor on a Major League Baseball team. A very good player who in free agency is going to command 7 years, 150 million, like Starling Marte, and a younger guy, he is going to command. So in order to get him, the Marlins are going to have to unload to Pittsburgh to get this player. They're going to have to trade a lot of young guys. They've already talked about this happening. They could not come to an agreement. Reynolds will be cheap, Orlando. He'll make 10 million next year. Right. What will happen with the Marlins payroll? He's going to replace somebody right now, Orlando, making 0. So their payroll goes up 10 million. You understand? That's how this happens. That's how this happens.
Right. Okay. All right. I mean, what the hell? And then the worst case scenario is what you just said. If you make bad trades, then you kind of know your organization is crap from top
then you're
to
done
bottom.
at that point.
Yeah,
you can't make trades and you can't sign players. You're absolutely right. Then you may as well pack it in.
You might as well pack it in because if you can't trade and you can't do it the Rays and the A's way, then and you can't buy them, or Cleveland, and you can't buy them, then you're done. You're done as an organization. You're not skilled enough, and you're better off selling. Is Sherman's team worth less now than when he bought it?
I don't think so, based on the evaluations I'm hearing of Washington and the Angels. I don't think so. I think it's worth the same or more.
But Washington has two. I mean, the Angels have 2 players that increase your value
not as much as you would think. No.
Damn. Okay.
Owning the franchise is the key. What would you guess those franchises are worth?
1.5 billion, 1.3, something like that. 2 billion? Wow. Damn. So his 1.1 is up already to 1.5, 1.7 or something like that?
That's a little on the high side, but you get the point.
But he's making
not
money already.
Devastation by any stretch.
All right, so that's good. So then, that's actually good news for me. So he can sell it to Moss and move out. Okay, all right, that's good.
It's not happening.
I like it. Well, Harrison, sell it to somebody that's got money.
Why? Just give it a little time. He's not.
No, I'm saying if you fail in the trade.
Oh, if you fail the next few years, yeah, sure.
Yes. Yeah, not right now. No, I mean you got one more shot here. All right, we know you're not a free agent team. Okay, so now let's see if you can trade. And if you can trade, then, Now, before I let you go, what has changed in the draft department in your eyes now? Because they have been successful in landing pitching. And but they haven't been successful in landing bats.
No.
So now that Jeter has walked out the door and Dembo has walked out the door, what has changed under Kim when it comes to unearthing talent through the college draft?
Yeah, a little more complicated than that. So DJ Svilik is the director of amateur scouting. It's been his draft the last 4 years, and the players that he has drafted on the pitching side have become stars or look like stars or tradable assets, and the hitters have not. It is here and here on the scale, or here and here, right? Whatever it is. Right. So the question that you have to ask yourself right now is DJ Svilik drafting the wrong players, or are they not developing the players at the minor league in the minor league system? I don't know the answer to that. We're going to find out soon. The only thing that I could tell you is and by the way, it may be a combination of both, but I know with factual evidence, because I've looked into this, that JJ Bleday, let's use him, Orlando as the example. When the Marlins had a very high draft pick, they took him at the University of Vanderbilt. He was a Golden Spikes Award winner, one of the best hitters in all of college baseball at the time. They won the national championship. And I got to call it how it is, Orlando. He's not looked good at all, at the major league level. $170, does not look like an everyday player right now in the big leagues. That's going to have to change.
I know.
But here's the question. If the Marlins didn't take JJ Bleday, what would have happened? And the next team would have taken him. So what's the deal here? are the Marlins not developing the players of the minor league system, or was he just a bad pick? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know.
Well, no. Wait a minute. You have answered it, because if all the other picks are bad, then they're just bad picks. Because are you just that bad that you don't develop any offensive players?
Thus far, well, remember the first round pick is in baseball is usually the one that has to be the surefire winner. You can get guys at the late first round, second round, they can be productive, but let's not get it twisted. There aren't a lot of fifth round picks that are stars in Major League Baseball. It's just not that way. Are they contributors? Yes, it could be. But they simply put have not seen any of those offensive players the year before DJ took over the draft and since then that have been contributors at the major league level. They have not seen it. But I'm here to tell you that JJ Bleday would have went next. So was JJ Bleday a bad pick where the Marlins took him? Or did something happen when the point that he got drafted? Was he not developed properly? I don't know the answer to these things. We have to wait and see. But the pitchers that they've drafted have either been traded in some deals. They've been developed to the point where they look like they could be big league pitchers and stars. So how did that happen? So how did the Marlins get all the pitchers right and they just didn't get the hitters right? That doesn't make sense, does it?
Well, they do draft a shit ton of pitchers.
Well, they have to trade them now.
I know, but what I'm saying is the fishnet approach has been in pitching, not in hitting. That's my point.
It has, and they even traded Starling Marte for a pitcher. They need to trade for some hitters.
Exactly. And that's also been the thing, too. Maybe you might have hit on more hitters if you drafted more hitters. But since you've drafted so many freaking pitchers, that's why you're hitting on pitching. You know what I'm saying? But now's your job now that you've established some of those pitchers, well, then go get a bat, bro. Go get a bat.
They have to get not just a bat. They have to get more than one.
Yeah, they have to get a couple bats. They have to trade for a couple bats.
They basically, when you look at it, have like 2 or 3 players that you can envision starting next year on their team that are on the team now. That's pretty horrible.
Yeah. Is Jazz fine? How is he?
Yeah, Jazz is a complicated guy, man. He is just a complicated guy. So yeah, Jazz is fine. He, it's really, he and I have funny back and forth. So Jazz says he's playing in the World Baseball Classic. Did you see this? So he says he's playing for Great Britain in the World Baseball Classic. And so it's like a big story, like, oh, I'm playing the World Baseball Classic. But Jazz hasn't been on the field since July. And I mean, is he going to be healthy in 5 months to do that? Probably. I would say so. But I would also say, hey, Jazz, I think you have to get permission from the Marlins to play in this. I don't think that you just get to play. And I don't know that the Marlins, maybe the Marlins will give him permission. I don't know, but I don't know that they have either. I think that they may say, hey, no offense to Great Britain, Chief, but we need you for next year. Can you just stick with us for all of February and March and not go play in the World Baseball Classic and, be 100% healthy? But Jazz wants to play, and that's that's the spotlight right there, that WBC. So that's what Jazz wants. I get it. I understand it. But he's an interesting
he's not gonna have a spotlight with Miami. So I get it.
He's an interesting cat. I don't know. He says he's playing in it. I'm going to give my buddy Jazz the benefit of the doubt in that. But I don't know the Marlins are going to give him permission to play in that. I'm not sure. We'll see.
All right. Tell them about the Sports Grid where you're all over the place.
Sports Grid's coming up 2:00 Eastern. A lot of discussion today on the hurricane and how it's affecting a lot of the different sporting events. South Carolina's moved their games to Thursday. The Gators are playing on Sunday. Could have some NFL postponements. Could have some Major League Baseball move around games. And then 11 a.m. doing fantasy sports today and trying to stay dry for the next couple of days. My kids are home from school, so I got that going on too. And Herald pieces have just been fast and furious. I think I'll have one soon on and have a manager's list.
Okay, I like it. Look forward to that. And follow him on Twitter at Craig Mish. And of course, the podcast Swings and Mishes. If you want to keep up with the Marlins, what is that going to be, once a month now during the off season?
I don't know. No promises.
Right. Whenever, you know what you do? You subscribe and then you hit the notification.
And then it pops.
Right.
And when your show pops, I get it on my phone. I'm like, oh, here's Orlando's show. There it is.
Boom. And there you go. So hit the notification bell and subscribe to Swings and Mishes and make sure you follow him also on the Sports Grid and support him there. He is Craig Mish.
Sounds
Craig,
good.
have a fantastic afternoon. Stay safe, my friend. We will catch up next week.
All right. Be well.
You got it. There you go. Craig Mish for the Welt and Rheaume Batters Box. We step out now of the Batters Box.
You've been listening to the Batters Box with MLB and Marlins insider Craig Mish. The Batters Box is brought to you by Welt and Rheaume Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, homeowners, or condo property damage, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation at 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLA.com. Download any episode by subscribing to our podcast at Big O Radio Show on most platforms.
All right. Yes. We thank Craig Mish. What a mess that place is with the Marlins. God. I would really love to get a baseball team back so I can go down to the park every once in a while with the wife, go down, sit down, watch a game, enjoy it. But I need you to care about it. I need you to want to really, win. And that just doesn't happen. Let's see. Oh, can you ask Craig why MLB doesn't have a salary floor to make teams like the Marlins be more competitive? I don't know why they don't have a floor. That's an interesting question. But then again, as long as you could go over the cap and pay a tax, that still puts you at a major advantage. Really, the only way baseball can really become a sport that gives you an even level playing field is if you have a hard cap, and they're refusing to put a hard cap. And that's really what baseball needs. That's how small market teams are going to be able to compete with the bigger market teams when they actually are able to, have a hard cap. So that way everybody has the same number. Damn, some stuff has happened already on the Gulf Coast. Not good. Not good, my friends. Not good. Prayers for all our friends on the west coast of Florida, man. They are going through a really ugly moment now as this thing is coming on shore now. Let me see. What else do we have here in the final seconds of the program? Most MLB managers earn salaries of $1 million annually, and the best managers are often paid 4 to 5. I thought great pitching coaches would get more, man. God, that's bad. But I didn't. The one I really freaked out on is that college sports would compete with the majors in any way, shape, or form. Like, I don't see college baseball producing that kind of money. Very few people go to see a college baseball game. Those are friends and families that go. Yes, sir.
I looked it up, and it ranges from, they said the median is about 400,000 for a college baseball coach.
That's amazing.
There's some that are as low as 200 and some as high as 800.
Wow.
Depending on the program, I guess.
That is nuts. Big O, holy macaroni, Batman. What a hit by Sealer at the goal line. I think I saw words kapow appear on the screen. What an effort by the defense. Just beautiful. Zach is he's awesome, bro. He's an awesome player. I love that guy. I mean, he's become a Dolphin favorite, Zach Sealer. And why? Because every game, there's Zach Sealer making a play. Key moment, there's Zach Sealer making a play. Quiet, doesn't make any noise off the field. Cool dude, just goes alligator hunting or whatever the craziness that he does in the swamps. Isn't he the dude that lives in a trailer or something like that? Right? I mean, just a regular guy. And you talk to him, just even keel, And I don't know if you guys saw the mic'd up Zach Sealer. I think it was this week or last week that he was mic'd up. And, he's a a little hyped in the game, but again, not not over the top, you know? So it's impressive. He's just one of those guys. I think we all admire Zach because he's not a superstar. He doesn't act like a superstar. He doesn't get paid like a superstar. And yet he brings the lunch pail every day. He's super productive all the damn time. I just think he's one of those guys that while he's not normal like us, because he's a football player, so he's like superhuman, but we kind of relate to him in a way because he's blue collar at that level, like the rest of us that are blue collar and we just go to work and do our thing and those kind of things. And Zach seems to be that guy. Doesn't seek the attention, doesn't need the attention, isn't on social media, and yet all he does is make plays. Zach Sealer's freaking awesome. And again, I think a favorite of a lot of fans. I think they would be pissed if he left and signed with another team. Like literally pissed. Like it would ruin the day for Dolphin fans. Sometimes they'll lose a guy. Oh, yeah, we'll replace him. If you lose Zach Sealer, I think a lot of fans would go, oh, shit, dude. Are you serious? That guy's a stud, bro. That guy makes plays all the time. I think every Dolphin fan has noticed how important that guy is. So, yeah. In fact, we should see more Zach Sealer jerseys out there. Is what we should see. That's what he deserves. That's the kind of love that guy deserves. Big O Sealer has an amazing hunger, to put it in Hill's words, big cojones. He leaves his heart on the field every single play. Yeah. Yep. He's fun, man. He is fun to watch, I got to say. Let me check it out here. Let's check out what we got. You check out the Welt and Rheaume text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rheaume text line. Let me see what you all have got going on in the text line. Here we go. RVA Richmond says those press conferences, offense, defense, and special teams day to day. Your boy Flo, yeah. Flo is just brutal, dude. Do you remember the first time we saw Joe Burrow? It was game 1 when the Hurricanes lost to LSU. Back then, he was an unknown transfer from Ohio State, and he killed us. This is the first time since he's playing against a team of ours again, and it won't be easy. No, it will not. And that line keeps coming through your texts, which is the weirdest thing. Should I buy season tickets for the Heat? Worth it? Hell yeah, it's worth it. For sure it's worth it. It's always worth it, man. The Heat are a great organization. You're going to have a blast. It's a great atmosphere. Hell yeah, man. You get to watch Jimmy Butler, Bam, Tyler, Depot, Caleb, all these other young cats. Hell yeah, man. Heat tickets are more than worth it. So, I mean, I'm not telling you that they're a championship team, but they're a damn good playoff team, and you never know. They might shock us and become a championship team. But I think this is going to be a really, really fun year. Eric out in Mesquite says the most important traits to be a great NFL QB, in my view, in no particular order: accuracy, quick release, touch, ability to read defense, cool under pressure, leadership. Cannon arm and size are nice to have, but way down the list. Exactly. I think the reason the national media continues with this anti-Tua negative mantra is that they've been singing this ridiculous tune of note for so long. They have a vested interest in keep it going because their egos won't and don't want to eat crow and admit they're wrong. Great show, Orlando and Sean. Fins up. Hashtag Tua time. Hashtag money Tua. Hashtag fins up. I agree. 1,000% with you, my friend. And I've said the same thing. It's too much in love with certain physical traits that are great to have, but they're not exactly the reason why you're going to win. I sent a picture on Twitter of the Tua injury as well as a little explanation. I'd like your thoughts on it. John the car guy. I got to look it up. My friend, I have to look that up. I am behind a bit on movies, but just saw the trailer for Bowie's movie Stardust on Hulu. Looks like a good watch. Love the thin white dude, Duke. R.I.P. And I'm a big David Bowie fan, and I haven't seen that movie myself, that documentary. Yes, Sean, what do you got for us?
Barry Jackson just sent out a tweet. He said, so Amazon has clarified just now that is authorizing, listen to this wording, okay? It is authorizing humans to stream their Thursday NFL games for free on Twitch without a membership. So you can get the Dolphins Bengals for free on channel 39 in South Florida on Twitch at a sports bar or a free 4-week Amazon Prime trial. So I guess there was some confusion on where they're streaming the games on Twitch, but apparently humans can stream it. If you got a dog that's streaming, you can't watch it, apparently.
Or bots is what they're really talking about.
Yeah.
That's what they're talking about. When they say humans, they're like, yeah, no, we'll be blocking the bots. So I think that's what they're saying. Okay. There we go. Jane Wheatland tweeting out about what's it called? Adopting dogs. She says, hello, friends. These lovely babies were abandoned to fend for themselves in the jungle until rescued them. Company there. Says Belinda, Gina, Jane, Kathy, Charlotte, Paula, Jean, Travis, Bruce, Miles, and need forever homes. Link to the bio for more info. And these are just adorable little doggies. How do you not want to adopt them, man? I love dogs. Dogs are a weakness of mine, man. That is, I'm a huge dog lover, and I can't stand to see dogs that are, alone in a shelter. They all deserve a loving home, and I don't know if any of you've never had a dog. It just brightens up your day. It makes your house so much better when you have a dog, and they are just I think they're the Lord's angels, to be quite honest. It's not us. Nah. He's too smart up there. He knows we'd F it up. The dogs are our angels. Lord knows that. He knows most dogs are better than people. It's just the way it is, Big O said where he's going to broadcast. No Dolphin games yet. We have not found a new home yet for our Dolphins broadcast, which is sad. Really sad, really disappointing, to be quite honest. It's extremely disappointing, but what are you going to do? We will find a home. Eventually, we will find a home, and hopefully it'll be a permanent one. I'd like to build a relationship with a spot where it's not just this season, it's many seasons ahead as we're pacing. And listen, man, thanks to all of you. It's the views are going through the roof now on YouTube. Our downloads have always been great. Audio now, we're building on the YouTube side, and we thank you all out there for that in a big time way. Don't forget Edge Energy Drink, a proud sponsor of our program. Use our code Big O. It's delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. When I tell you about the finest energy drink on the planet, this is it right here. You might think it might be some of those other ones, but they all have an aftertaste that you're trying to just adjust to, or you've already adjusted to the aftertaste. Why don't you try something that's delicious, smooth, and has zero aftertaste? Oh, by the way, 78 calories. And what an amazing elixir. I'm going to use it this weekend. It's a nice elixir when I'm relaxing this weekend, that I'm off Saturday and Sunday. I can't believe it. I'm off Saturday and Sunday. Anyway, I will be enjoying a little Edge energy drink because you know we bring the edge every day here on the program. Go to myedgedrink.com. You can't go to a store and get it. You go online and get it delivered right to your home, which is a beautiful thing and convenient. myedgedrink.com. Use our code BIG-O. I promise you, the finest energy drink on the planet. Delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. myedgedrink.com. Use the code BIG-O. Get 10% off. All right, we are out of here. We thank Ira Winderman, Kurt Heelan, Ian Rapoport, Matt Verderam, Craig Mish. Loaded show as always. Sean Stanley mastering this program like he does every single day. We will see you all tomorrow. We got a long day tomorrow. We're going to do our morning show tomorrow. We're going to be at Hialeah Park in the morning from 10 to 1. And then we'll be back in the evening at 6:15 to get you ready for the 8:15 kickoff between the Miami Dolphins and the Cincinnati Bengals as Miami looks to improve to 4-0 and start this season off in an incredible fashion. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel. Love you all.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.